chat? Okay. Okay, I see so many people. Well, thank you all. Firstly, thank you for posting. Thank you for opening up and posting. Now, listen very carefully. All the situations where you felt suffering, suffocation, where you felt completely suppressed, you were not able to experience life, experience fulfillment or completion in life, you do not need to suffer. You don't have to suffer. There is a very, very powerful thing that Swamiji has explained. See, we are not saying what you suffered was a lie, or no, it's not being insensitive to your suffering, but understand, listen very carefully. You do not need to suffer. All your suffering is because of this gap between the thee world and my world. You might have had the most painful relationship. You might have had the most painful situation in that part. I agree. But just look, I'll give you all one example. Listen to this very carefully. Swamiji gave me this, Swamiji gave this one example in one of the satsangs. And from then on, it's been like stuck to me. And I feel like it's making so much sense. Listen very carefully. Let's say you were young. Okay. You are a 7-year-old child and you are playing in rain, and your mom calls you once, you don't come. Your mom comes and calls you the second time, you don't come. Your mom calls you the third time, you don't come. So what she does, naturally, she says you will catch cold and all of that, and you are happy, your 7-year-old self, just playing in rain. Next moment, she comes out of the house, she comes to the road, gives you a tight slap, holds you by your hand, literally grabs you inside the house and locks the door. She tells no more going out. Now, I know, I see many of you laughing, but it may be funny for you now. You may understand she did it out of concern. But when you were young, do you know what you did at that moment? You would have felt, what has my mom done? What kind of a mom she is? Look at all the other mothers. They all let their children play. Why she's stopping me alone? She doesn't want me to be happy. She doesn't like me. She hates me. You start developing these incompletions inside of you. And listen very carefully. First, it will start with your mother. You will start feeling this mom is horrible. She doesn't like you. You feel like she hates you. You feel like she's not even a good mother. You feel she's very evil. Time passes. You may even completely forget about this incident. You would have even moved on. It will just be normal. You'll become more mature. You'll understand. The incident might change, but this cognition, at that moment, you start wearing the cognition that life does not want you to enjoy. You start wearing a cognition, you start having a cognition in your head. It's like you're wearing a purple specs. You pick up and wear the purple specs. Like that, you pick up the idea that life restricts you. There is no freedom in life. People control you as a cognition. Each of it might be different. Someone develops a cognition they're unloved. Someone develops a cognition that, their life is not allowing them to be free. So let's take this example. If you pick up the cognition, the child who's playing in the rain decides that, okay, my mom doesn't love me. She doesn't give me the freedom. And you wear that as a cognition. You grow up. You move on. From your mom, you go to school. In your school, you ask your teacher to be part of some culturals. She says, no, you cannot be a part of cultural. You have to focus on academics. Your marks are not good. Again, the same pattern gets triggered. When you were 7 years old, how you felt controlled. That same pattern gets triggered in you. You feel life is controlling you. Life does not want you to enjoy. Time passes. Next with your friends. In your high school, you want to go, you would like to join something, and your friend says, no, if you want to come with us, you can't do that. Then again, you feel controlled. From friends, it changes. You go to you meet your fiance, you meet your boyfriend or a girlfriend. And after that, you feel they are possessive of you. They don't want you to go here or there. Then you get married. You feel even more constrained through the family. You feel people are all forcing you to be a certain way. Then you go to your boss, you have a job. Your boss, you feel you go for a project and your boss rejects it. You feel again controlled. You feel life has taken away the freedom from you. From 7 years old, you would have become 47 years old now, but the cognition that life does not allow you to be free does not leave you. The situation is simple. Your mom came out, she called you, you didn't come. She came, she slapped you. I'm not even coming to whether the slapping is right or wrong. I'm only saying that incident that happened when you were 7, without you completing it, without you addressing it, it sits inside of you till you are 70. How many of you are understanding this? How many of you are seeing this? How many of you are seeing that your life also, there has been some incident? It can be so many different things. It need not even start from your mom. It could be starting from anyone else for that matter. You pick up that cognition, you wear that cognition inside, and you go on relating with life from that cognition. So anything happens, you only see life from that cognition. So the world versus the my world has a big gap, has a big difference. This gap that you all see, this gap between the reality and the actuality is incompletion. So many relationships in life. Actually, people may have done wrong to you. I'm not saying no. People might have cheated you. People might have really caused you so much of trauma. It could be, but the suffering you're holding on to is hurting you. Somebody tells always, pain is inevitable, but suffering is a choice. Pain happens. You might have different relationships. You're in delusion, the other person is in delusion, and you might have all these problems. But the suffering is in your inner space. You hold on to that. Someone who did something wrong to you 10 years ago would have, that whole incident is over, but even after 10 years, the wound you are still brooding over in your inner space. That is incompletion, and every one of us carry such incompletions in our inner space. The world, what happens, and it all starts with one delusion we built. So, just one time you start, you build an understanding about the situation. Actual situation is what? You are playing in rain, you didn't come, your mom came to call you, you didn't listen to her, and she came, she slapped you, she dragged you inside and locked the door. Let's say even if you didn't hear her, but she still came and slapped you, it's okay. But this factual situation. But how do you remember it inside of you? You remember that your mom took away the freedom from you. She didn't want you. Just because you didn't listen to her, she got so angry. You feel it's unfair. That is you having your own interpretation. That is your my world. So there's a situation in the world. I'll show you all this image. This completely sums up what I'm trying to tell. What you see in as the reality in front of you versus what it is actually. This is the world versus my world. Your my world is that television prompter that you're seeing, where only half the image is shown. The world is the factual thing, the whole thing. Now, take a few minutes. I'm going to start with one simple activity to all of you. Make 3 columns. You're going to put, and you're going to write situation, your incompletion, the world as it happened. Remove all the extra seasonings or extra masalas that you add, but just put as it happened. and the my world. How you perceived it with your incompletion. Are you all understanding? There is a situation. Now you're in completion. Put that in one column. Next, write the world situation as it happened, how things happened as it happened. Then write your interpretation of it. Okay. So what is your understanding? Situation would have happened. The same mom example, let's go back to. She came, she slapped you, she took, that's the B word, as it happened. You don't need to make someone look good or bad in that. But in my world, you have your extra layers of incompletions added along with it. So pen that down. Take a few minutes. Please write these 3 columns. If any of you have any doubts or questions, please post. whatever you have written down. In the next step of the process, describe the relationship you have with three people in your life. Just three people, any three people. It can be your spouse, your mom, your dad, your child. Go back in life and describe the incident when you started judging, having incompletion, anything it can be. It can be, oh, my spouse is over controlling, over possessive. My mom doesn't love me enough. She's partial. Go back to the earliest moment when you started having that incompletion. Describe actually what happened as it is. Like, for example, let's take again, go back to this example of the child playing in the rain. Exactly as it happened, write down the D world situation. This is a very, very important exercise. How many of you are writing down? Can I request everyone to please post how many of you are doing this? It's a very important exercise. It will completely change your perspective with relationships. Ma, Krista Hetman, that's right. The world is not logical, ma. It's not logical responses. It is about the situation as it happened without the impact of your incompletion in that. See, you writing down the situation without having, okay, let me tell this as an example. When you witness a robbery, okay, or when you get cheated, let's say someone comes and they come and cheat you, take some money from you and they don't return it back. When you share the story to someone, you will always share it with saying, oh, I knew from beginning itself he was a very rude person and he just stole the money from me and went, and I felt very cheated, I felt very bad, all of that, correct? You're going to add all the emotions and everything to it. But let's say the same thing, you see a movie and someone is taking money and going from the movie. When you narrate that movie, you're just going to narrate it. The villain came and he stole the money from the hero. He did a conspiracy and the money was stolen from the hero and the hero had to suffer. So you're just going to read it out like a fact, correct? There's no personal this thing to it. So when it is in the D world, when you're writing down the D world, you're going to write down the situation as it happened. Can each of you take three relationships in life? First step, once you all have written down three relationships in life, please put your finished writing. Pick three, any three relationships. Okay, how many of you have written down three? You're done. You have chosen three. Ma Kasturi, Ma Marian, Ma Miao Zhang. How many of you finished picking three? If you finished picking three, put yes. Okay, Ma Shante is done. How about Ma Donna, Ma Liangshu, Ma Tanja Gebra? Okay, Ma Grazina is done, Ma Krista is done, Ma Teng is done, Ma Mary is done, Ma Bhavani is done, Ma Krista is also done, Ma Diana is done. Okay. I request everyone else also to please pick up. I'll explain. Don't worry. First, pick up three relationships. I'll explain you all. Just pick up three relationships. Okay. Now, listen very carefully. What you're going to be doing is, you're going to be writing down. Maili, you're saying you're confused. I'll explain to you, ma. Just wait. You just pick up three relationships. That's enough. I'll explain to you what exactly you need to do. Yeah. Okay. Now, I'll explain to you how exactly you need to do it. Okay. It's a very important process. You're going to be writing down the word. First, you're going to be writing down in each of these relationships, you have certain incompletion with them, correct? Or maybe this person is very disorganized, or this person doesn't plan things ahead of time. This person takes me for granted. This person is very rude to me. This person is not understanding, not compassionate. You carry these kind of thought currents or thought patterns inside of you, right? So write down, pen down all the judgments that you carry about that person or that particular relationship. And go to the incident where you started having that judgment. See, for example, you suddenly started feeling that your spouse is very, very possessive of you. If that's your incompletion, okay, let's say that's the judgment you carry. You feel that your spouse is very possessive of you. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to go back to the first incident where you felt that your spouse is being very possessive of you. Okay, so you're going to go back to that incident and you're going to write down that incident as it happened without any addition or omission of your own incompletions. You're not going to say, oh, this person was, he was this, he was that. You're not going to try to show that person bad or good. Write down as if you're talking to someone. Like if I just pick up your notebook and I tell you to read it, you should be able to read it out. Don't worry, you're not going to read it out words, but just write it like that. Describe what actually happened, what they said, what they did, and what you felt about it. That's the difference. What actually they did and what you felt about it. Please pen down. Mayili, are you understanding now? When you write the D word, you're going to just write as it happened. What they said, what they did, they told this, they told that, whatever they told or did, pen that down. Is this helping you, Mayili? If you've understood, please confirm to me so I understand. I'm sure that you got it. So you're going to write down what exactly as it happened. So go back to that incident, 3 relationships. In the 3 relationships, the judgments that you're all carrying about that person, all the 3. Under those judgments, write down which incident you started feeling that judgment. Let's say your boss, you feel your boss doesn't like you. He doesn't want you to become successful at all. So you feel that your boss is extremely jealous of you. He doesn't want you to excel. That's why he's purposely rejecting all your projects. But based on which you started having this judgment, it could be some incident that happened long ago where you went to give a project to him and he said it's not good enough. And you felt very bad. You felt rejected. And write down what actually happened and what you felt. Inside you felt he never wants you to expand. He's also like this, another person who doesn't like your expansion. Write down the feelings that you had and as it happened. I'll give you all 6 minutes for this. For each person, write down. Do this very sincerely. Do not take this exercise lightly. This exercise has the potential to change the way you experience reality. So please do this with extreme sincerity. Pen down the exact judgment, all the incidents where you remember, and write it down directly as if you're talking to Swamiji. Start. Now, in all the incidents that you have written down, with all the three people, in the next step, please take a few minutes. Invoke that relationship in Swamiji's Atmamurti and complete with them. Verbally talk to them, not mentally. Just verbally talk to them. Please listen very carefully. Do not do it directly with the person. You're going to first go to Swamiji's Atmamurti, Swamiji's picture, invoke that relationship in Swamiji's picture and talk to Swamiji as if you're talking to that person. You literally just talk to that Atmamurti, talk to Swamiji as if you're talking to that particular relationship. It can be your spouse or whoever it is, right? And talk to the Atmamurti, share all the incompletions in each of the situations. Just talk it out. Take a few minutes. Please talk it out. Whatever comes, you feel like you're crying, whatever it is. Just speak to the Atmamurti. Please take a few minutes. Just talk out whatever is coming. Just read it out, whatever you've written down. Now, in the next step, please listen very carefully. Please relax. Please relax. Now, we're going to be entering into the most important step. Hope all of you were able to complete. How many of you have finished the first two steps? Can I request all of you to please put yes in the chat? Okay. How many of you have completed the first two steps? It's very important. Please confirm that you've finished the two steps. Okay. How many of you have completed? Ma Kasturi, Nithyanandam, Mudishtingla, Ma Kasturi. Have you finished? All the others? Machuya, Mashuing, Maning, Ma Paramashakti, Ma Chunyi. I still see Ma Naresha writing. Ma Naresha, are you done? Okay. The male bodies team, the male side, have you all finished writing? Sunil Yadavji, have you finished writing? Okay, Kion has finished, and Rohan Rishiyaya has finished. Rahul Khanaya has finished. Pankaj Kankaraya has finished. Okay. Sunil Yadavaya, how about you? Have you finished writing? Takyong Shao, have you finished? Okay. I hope all of you have finished. Well, if you have had enough time to write down. Okay, Ramiro Canoya. Okay, great. Thank you for confirming. Guru Prasadini, thank you. And John Shang, thank you. Yes, three people. Jan Sheng, three people. It's not of one, it's all the three relationships that you took. So one after the other, one after the other. Okay. Now listen very carefully. Next is the most important step. First thing, you are responsible for the incompletion that is created inside of you. Listen very carefully. You might not be the reason, but you are responsible. You might not be the reason for why a situation happened a certain way. Completion with others does not mean you're simply going to go and say, oh, sorry, I did this, I did that, I'm very sorry about it. No. Completion is not apologizing. Completion is you restoring, realigning your space of oneness back to you. Now, each of you are going to be completing with the three relationships. Each of you are going to be experiencing, seeing the shift in the three relationships of your life. You've all finished the second step. Now, you're all going to be entering into the third step. Now, we're going to do a very important process of engaging within the mirror. So first, these are important before you do the completion. I say the person. After you finish the previous step, where you've written down the information, now, and you've also finished invoking them in Swamiji's afternoon. Now, all your spicy, feel, anger, vengeance, everything will come out through this. Only then you'll be ready to complete the conversation. So do not directly go and complete, even if your relationship is sitting right next to you, because you will come back with more relationship. First, talk to Swamiji's afternoon. And next, you're going to take a mirror. In the mirror, lock your eyes, like literally both of your eyes should be looking at your eyes reflection. And see the whole incident as if it is happening on the mirror. Like how you watch a TV or your laptop, you watch a video. All that is happening on a screen, correct?
same way, disassociate yourself from that. Just see the whole incident happening on the mirror. Just see it, visualize as if it's happening on the mirror. Got it? Let us now start. Please start.
So, can each of you bring a mirror and please sit in front of the camera? And we will give you all only 6 minutes for this so that we can, in the interest of time, we need to complete few more steps. So, just want to make sure that you're all having time. So, at least pick the three incidents and Jian Chang. Jian Chang, yes, it is with the three people. You're going to relive all the three incidents also. Please bring a mirror. You're going to go through the whole incident where you first formed that conclusion about that person. Each of you, please start. Beautiful. Jian Chang, that means you're going in the right direction. So let's take 6 minutes and I request each of you to relive the three incidents also. Do not worry if you do not have that time, at least focus on finishing one completely so you can replicate the same with two others. So please finish reliving the two. If you feel like crying, it's okay. But lock your eyes in the mirror. Go back to that exact same painful moment as it happened. Relive. Relive the whole incident again. Yes, please
Please
relax.
relax. Settle down. Where you can relax and settle down. The fellowship finished. The purpose of completion is not just healing of relationship. The whole energy, consciousness will be completely different. Understand what happened was not wrong. What is happening is right. Completion is right. Past is not wrong. You're not blaming or complaining. You're only going to be in the space of completion, completing and dropping it from your inner space. Now, we're going to do a very powerful process where you're going to be completing with your relationship, the three relationships you chose, with whom you started doing the completion process. Now you're going to actually call and complete it. Now, a very important thing. How many of you are noticing already there's a huge relief you feel in your inner space? How many of you feel when you sat and relived? You literally feel like the whole heaviness has gone down. Actually, Chen Chiangaya, you had posted in the chat saying you just started writing and you already feel very light in your heart. I just want to tell you, you are doing completion absolutely right. What? Because even before we had asked, you had posted in previously, you said you're already starting to feel light. You are doing the completion process perfectly right. You're in the right track. By the end of this process, you will see you will have tremendous healing in your inner space. Jian Chang. Because you had posted, yes, I was writing about the events of relationships and it's a little calmer in me. That means you are in the right track. Continue. By the end of the next step, you will see a tremendous shift in your inner space. All of you sitting here. The next step we are going to be entering into is you completing with that person physically. You're going to actually call and complete. Listen very carefully. This is not to justify, label your past as right or wrong. Your past is wrong, but what is happening to you is right. What happened to you before? Yeah. Very important to understand here. Do not blame or find fault with your past. You're not going to be complaining. You're not going to say, okay, this was wrong. What happened to me was wrong. No. You're just going to be focusing on doing the completion. Pick up your phone. You're going to start calling them. With first clear understanding, you're not going to call and say, oh, I'm so sorry for what I did. No. Nor are you going to call and say that, look, what you did, this, that's why I'm suffering. No. Be very clear inside of you. You are responsible for your suffering. You may or may not be the direct reason or cause for it. But because it's happening to you, you're responsible for it. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is a choice. When 10 years ago your friend slapped you, what you experienced at that time, a few seconds or probably a few minutes after the slap was physical pain, like pain. But holding on to that every time when you remember that, it's creating so much of reaction in you is suffering, which is a choice. Decide to drop that suffering path. Complete with that. And with that decision of completion, you're going to now be calling them. You're going to now be calling those relationships. See, this is a very important step. I request all of you to kindly let us know if you're understanding. Only with the right understanding, you should be doing this particular step. Yes. And you're going to be calling the three people. It is not about blaming. Do not call and say, hey, you know what? You did this. Or, you know what? I am responsible for the whole thing, so put it all on me. No. Can I request every one of you to define what you understood as completion? Can each of you please post in the chat? I'm seeing many of you very sincerely doing. Please, can I request all of you to post in chat? What did you understand? What is completion according to you? Ma Krista is putting, yes, I no longer am having such a as much of an emotional reaction as I was originally. Beautiful.
Can I request each of you to post? What did you understand as completion with others? Because it is crucial. You're going to complete the three relationships that you chose. All the three relationships you're going to pick up, and you're going to be experiencing completion in all the three relationships right now. First, understand you are not the reason for it, but you are responsible for it. Whether you did something knowingly, unknowingly, or whether someone did to you something knowingly or unknowingly, both ways, you are not responsible for it. You are not the reason for it, but you are responsible for it. Both outside what is happening, inside you what is happening, the suffering, you are responsible for it. You're not going to complete because the other person is responsible for it. You're going to complete because you are responsible for it, and you're going to heal that relationship. Reach out to the other person, complete with them. Call and genuinely complete. It's not about apologizing. It's not about saying, hey, you know what, I'm very sorry, I'm such a person. No, it is just completing. See, you're saying how to solve. It is not about, listen very carefully. It is not about judging something is right or wrong. Let's say someone cheated you, your near and dear one of them have cheated you with something they said they'll do and they didn't do. You are hurt by it and you're completing with them for that. It is not that you're going to say, okay, let me sit and analyze now what you did. If you complete does not mean what they did is right. No. If you complete, just that, the wound you are having inside of you will heal. Listen very carefully. How you can solve. Many times, incompletion inside of you reflects as the reaction in other person. When you complete inside, you will see the outside will change. 100%. You can take this down in writing because it's my personal experience. When you write it down and you have completed with Atmamurti, you've completed with Mirror. Now, a certain amount of that emotional baggage is reduced. Now, when you call the other person, you are going to be completing, you're going to be experiencing that space of completion. You are not going to blame them. You are just going to complete and restore your space of oneness with them. Mahili, are you understanding? Call, complete, explain to them. It could be something wrong, right? It's okay, but explain to them, tell you want to restore, you want to align back. You are responsible for what has happened. Express that and complete with them. And I also want to tell one more step. At the end of your completion, do not cut the call. Please have them hold a coconut and roll the coconut on their palm. Listen very carefully. This is the way you will manifest the power. Because the moment you experience completion in your inner space, you will experience completion in their inner space as well. And the moment you experience a shift, they will experience a shift, and you will see automatically the coconut will roll off from their palm. If you're all clear and if you all understood, can you all please put yes, I understood in the chat? I just want to make sure that you're all clear. You're all with me so far. Okay, Ramiro has posted, I understand that completion doesn't mean that I am reason for my pain, but it means I am taking responsibility for my suffering. Absolutely right. Ramiro Cano, you caught it. That's the right thing. Ramiro Cano, now with this understanding, call your relationships. I have experienced this. Some things that really caused whatever, the pain, hurt, or incompletion in me, when I really completed, I used to feel I'm not even responsible for it. What was done to me was unfair. But when I completed, I realized I might not be the reason for why it happened, but I am responsible for the suffering I gave myself. You are healing yourself and others from that suffering that you caused. With this understanding, when you call, you will see you will have such a breakthrough in the way you converse. Just the way life reciprocates, the completion will be phenomenal. So Ramiraya, you understood it. You understood the process completely correct. So please go ahead and get started.
Kion, thank you. You understood. Okay. And Rahul Khanaya, wonderful. Kun and okay, Rowan Rishaya, Rahul Khanaya, Pankaj Kankaraya, all of you, please call. Get started. Alexaya, let's call your friends, the three people you have written down. The people only with which you have written down and did the completion, you can call. If they're already asleep, if you're not able to call, if they're not reachable, type a message and send them and ask them to call you back. This is not a joke. This is a very powerful process that has the power to heal your relationship. Perfect.
And not just healing your relationship, it can even heal your internal organs. So it's a very powerful process.
Diana Spiller, understand. The person, if you said the person, if you call, will yell at you and other person has blocked you, sit and complete inside. Call, genuinely send a message to her. You will see, Ma, when you are complete from within, life, the law of life is it has to reflect that completion. If I show an apple in front of the mirror cannot reflect orange back. It can only reflect apple back. So it is okay. The moment you are complete, you will see life will reflect that same thing back. Take a few minutes. Please reach out to them. Message them sincerely from the bottom of your heart and see the power of completion. At the end of this process, please chant the Mahavakya, manifest the power with them. Okay? So I'm going to give you all 21 minutes for this because this is, I know you all have to call 3 people. Do this very sincerely and do the whole process completely. As you all call, please post in the chat. Let's all start. Please relax. Slowly, very slowly, please settle down. And if you can, please relax. Now, with this beautiful exercise that each of you have done, let us enter into the next session where we listen to an avatar explaining the importance of completion, completion with the mother. This is a very, very beautiful incident from Swamiji's life, and let us all listen to it now.
I'll tell you the story of my completion. See, when I left the house, I think it was 17 and a half. I'll tell you the story of my completion. See, when I left the house, I think it was 17 and a half. Many times I ran away from the house, and 17 and a half, once for all I ran away. And I think when I was 17, both my gurus, Raghupati Yogi, Yogi Yogananda Puri, his name, and Vibhudananda Puri, lady sannyasini, Kuppammal, her name, both of them have passed away. After they left the body, it was almost like impossible for me to live in that city. See, in that town, every stone is associated with their memories for me. The hill is the place where I spend my time. Temple is the place I spend my time. It's always with them. After their death, it was very difficult for me to live in that area, in that same town, so I decided that I will leave the place. Now only we call it as town and all. In those days it was a Pakka village. Pakka village. The whole village is only 5 street. 5 street or maximum I can say 10. 5 to 10, not more than that. Now of course the whole thing is developed and expanded and all that is. I could not live in Tiruvannamalai, so I decided to leave the house. I had the darshan of Ramakrishna suddenly, so I decided to go to Ramakrishna Mission and sannyasi. But I know very clearly I am not going to stay in their organization. I may go and receive sannyas and continue my yatra. That was my decision, my thinking, hope. So one day, it was a Sunday, Saturday night, Sunday morning, I saw very vividly Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi appearing, and they appeared, and I asked Ramakrishna, please initiate me. And he smiled and said, showing Sharada Devi, she is the specialist in all this. And I told Sharada Devi, you initiate me. Then I saw very clearly she put her hand on my head and both of them entered into my body and disappeared. So I decided, it gave me a lot of courage and strength to take up sannyas, leave the house. I can say that this was the immediate reason. So I decided I am going to leave the house. And after the decision, I was in the temple thinking. After this dream, I went to temple and whole day I was sitting and thinking. Even next day I was sitting and thinking what to do. Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, third day, evening I came to my mother. I sat on the door frame. She sat one step below. If any of you talk to my mother, you will understand. Sometimes people ask her, what's the difference you find Swamiji as your son, and now. Even I asked her once. She says, I don't find any difference, Swamiji, because even in those days we treated you like this only. We treated you like this only. She will never sit equal to me. And one step below she was sitting. And I was very close with her. Very loving, and I never had any hatred. Very loving. Many times, when I get time, I will go and sit in kitchen with her. She will be cooking, I will be sitting and telling some stories. I had a very friendly relationship with her. And literally, till I left the house, I will always be sleeping next to her. I think if you are from the Western culture, it will be shocking, you will not be able to understand. In Indian tradition, we don't have even the idea of the child abuse. So always, as kids, I think now when I listen to the stories, I understand that nowadays, even at the age of 10 or 6, 7, even much earlier, the kids are made to sleep separately. Till I left the house, I will always be sleeping next to her only, holding her. And another one thing, after my enlightenment, from the age of 12, I started this pattern of bedwetting. 10 years I was bedwetting. Later on I found out what was the reason. Kids will have bedwetting, you have heard. But when I was a child, it did not happen. At the age of 12, it started. See, after the enlightenment, every night the consciousness falls into samadhi, so the message from bladder to brain does not go. That bladder is full and brain does not act. It's in some other state. So I don't get up. Every morning she has to get up and wash the sari and dry the bed in the first floor. It's a routine, but she won't complain even a single day. Single day she won't complain. So I called her and said, I was sitting and I said, I was looking away from her, not looking at her, looking away from her, and said, Mom, Swami is going to become a sannyasi. I won't address as me. Only recently I started using this I and me. If you see even my earlier discourses, you will not see anywhere this I and me. It's Ramakrishna style. And only very recently only I started using I and mine. I, me, all these words. Otherwise I will tell only Swami. Even to tell about me, I will tell only Swami. So, if you talk to our Gurukul kids, even they will not say I and me. They will only tell the name. Because I am talking to people, otherwise people get confused. If I go on telling the story, Swami told, Swami did, Swami this, then finally they ask which Swami. They end up in confusion. That is why I have started using the word normally. Anyhow, I told her, in Tamil I said, Swami sannyasam போறதுன்னு முடிவு பண்ணிருச்சு. I told her that Swami has decided to go as a sannyasi. And I am looking away from her. And I don't have the courage to look at her because I am emotionally very attached with her. Very attached to her. So, I can't handle. So I was looking, my eyes were away. See, even though I was attached to her, I was complete with her. And I was complete with me. So it did not stop me going towards sannyas. But I had a very good relationship with her. I don't know how you guys will understand. Attachment does not mean like the attachment you guys carry, that I will not be able to go for sannyas. It was not against my need or will for going to sannyas. But I cannot see her cry, see her suffer. So I was keeping my eyes away, looking away from her. I did not get any response from her. No words. After a few minutes, as usual, what women will do? Oh! And I am getting that slowly, that sound of she crying. Even then, I did not turn my eyes towards her. And I said, what do you mean? You mean to say I should not go? She said, no, I can't stop you. I am not able to handle, so I am crying. She said such beautifully, I can't stop you. In Tamil she said, சாமி என்னால் நிறுத்த முடியாது, என்னால் ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியல, அழறேன், எனக்கு தாங்கல, அழறேன். Then she hugged me, and usually I am a very I will be so happy and comfortable with my mother. Even while I am sitting in the kitchen, I will be only putting my hands on her shoulder and talking. I was very comfortable. So I will never miss a chance to hug her. This hugging, I think, I learned from my mother only. Now I tell you really, if you are complete with your mother, all women in your life, the relationship will be so complete. If you are complete with father, all men in your life, the relationship will be complete. I was so complete with my mother, but when she hugged me, I did not even hug her back, and before she could be complete with that hug, I moved my body. She understood, I don't want her to hug me now. She understood, I'm moving out. She just took her hands off and she moved, and she was wiping the ears and crying. Immediately my father came from behind and said, my father was actually shouting at my mother, did you disturb Swami in some way? Why is Swami suddenly telling he is leaving the house? We are after all taking care of him nicely. And he has no courage to talk to me directly. I turned back. I asked him, now to whom are you talking? He just kept quiet. No, I did not tell anything. And he went away. And then the drama started. Of course, when I pushed her away, in the half hug, I could see very clearly part of my bio-memory was incomplete. Please understand, part of me was incomplete. See, if she fought with me, I would not have had incompletion. You are fighting with me? Come on, I will fight with you. Over. She never fought with me. So I could have allowed her to hug me. Means I could have done a little more care, with a little more sensitivity, with a little more love. Because she's not asking me, don't go. You understand? She's not telling, don't go for sannyas. But I was afraid, if I give her the love or attention or care, I may not go. I may not be able to go. So I can say that it was more, the incompletion was created with her, more because of my self-doubt about me. Then, finally, next day morning, I can see the whole village is in front of my house. It's a very tight-knit community, small village, tight-knit community. I can say it's one large family, that's all. The whole village. At least that whole area. I've seen in those days, in every house in the puja room, there will be one old man's photo. I asked my grandmother, who is this Swami? She said, no, he is your grandfather. I asked, then why his photo is in every house? She said, for all the house, he is the grandfather. So, no other entertainment. They will have 2-3 wives and no TV also those days. This is the only entertainment. Each house will have half a dozen to dozen. Zamindar means landlords. And I have seen the original house was 80,000 square feet. But when I was born and a lot was sold. They will part by part they sold. But the original house print, I saw in the town plan, still one small bit is there as it is. I am trying to buy, these fellows are not giving me. Just to make like a memorial, one bit, same construction is there as it is. The stone construction and the teak wood. Any of you have seen that kind of houses? Soon you will see in Biddi, we are going to do 4-5. It's a typical old style house. It's a tight-knit family, the whole family is there. Usually if somebody dies, their body will be kept in the hall, in the sofa, and the whole family will gather. See, this family is such that every month somebody will be attending age, some engagement, some marriage, some death. Every once in 2-3 months there will be some festival, some program, some function. It will be continuously going on. That day when I woke up, I saw so much of crowd. I thought, who died? Because there's no other function. I asked my mother, what happened? Anybody died? All of them have gathered? All the relatives are there? She told me, no, they all came to see you only. I said, I am alive. Then she said, no, because you said you are going to become a sannyasi, they all came to see you. And literally, like a dead body, I was made to sit on the sofa in the center of this room, hall. It's called Nadu Kottadi. They call it Nadu Kottadi. And in the center I am sitting. All the group, the whole group is sitting all around. And some who doesn't have courage, they talk among themselves. Some who has a courage try to confront me. One by one comes. And first comes my father's elder brother's wife, Periyamma, means aunt. She comes. What will happen to our family prestige if you become a sannyasi? And the funny thing is, night I told my mother, by early morning the whole village knows. Before I wake up, the whole village is there. There are nearby relatives. In those days, cell phone was not that common also. All the other villages also information is gone. They are all on the way. And you need to know, 2 families sat and already saw a girl for me. Usually in this tight-knit families, if a boy is born, immediately they will tie a girl. The mama ponnu, atta ponnu, edavadhu onnu tie panni vechiruvanga. So they already decided. They are seeing the time, right, muhurtam. And all of them have to sit and convince me. And I am a 17.5-year-old boy. and they will finish the marriage so that I cannot run away and become a sannyasi. And so all this is going on. And she comes, see what will happen to the prestige, family prestige. And I cannot live if you run away like this and all. Whole village will talk, everyone will talk about us. And now only we are having little prestige and family is all settling down. She has 2 daughters. And who will marry my 2 daughters if you run away and become a sannyasi? After all, they are my cousin brothers, cousin sisters only. If you run away and become sannyasi, nobody will marry my daughters. I will hang with the sari on the fan. She told in Tamil. Shalai katti fan la thongiruven appadinu. I will hang myself in the sari on the fan. I slowly looked at her and said, she used to be very heavy. And I said, for your weight, the sari will tear, fan will break. You better use the rope on the uttaram. Uttaram is the beam. You use the rope and hang yourself in the uttaram. Surely you will die. That's it. And immediately she got angry. What? You are asking me to die? You are asking me to die? Get out of our house. Get out of our house. That's what I told you. I am going. I told her. That is what I am telling. I am going. Then comes the next guy. If you are from South India, you can literally enjoy the whole scene. You can visualize the whole scene and see. These fellows are so bothered about what others will talk about us. The whole life goes with that only. And then comes my uncle, means my father's sister's husband. Mama, my uncle, he comes. We are all living in the house and living a spiritual life. Are we all not living a spiritual life? Why don't you do that? Why do you want to leave the house? He is a drunkard. He is alcoholic. So, but I used to have a lot of respect for him. I just put my hands like this only and stood up from the sofa. In Tamil I said, Ada loose. That's the way I started. The loose. நீ காலைல எந்திரிச்ச உடனே சாராயிரம்னா மூஞ்சி கழுவுற. உனக்கு ஆன்மீகத்துக்கு என்னடா சம்பந்தம்? I spoke in singular. I used to be very respectful, but that day all my kundalini was up and alive. And I said, hey, fool. Loose is fool is not right word. You understand as loose itself. Loose. You early morning you wash your face only with the alcohol. And what kind of spirituality you are talking about? He was so angry because in public, in front of everyone, I told he is alcoholic. Because in the village and all, even if they drink, they will be very secretly, they will drink. And they will not drink in the house and all, they will drink and come and they will have a backside door, they will slowly enter. And that time only that cat will fall on them. It will be very secret. It will not be known to others, especially to kids. In front of public, no one will speak. And even the relatives will not sit together and drink. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. In the alcohol shop, even if they meet each other, they will put the towel and cover the face. And because I told him that he is alcoholic in front of the whole group, that's it. Hey, you told me I am a drunkard? Get out of our house. Get out of our house. I said, that is what I am telling. And second wicket over. So like this, few more wickets came. So once I finished everything, now everyone understands if you go there, all your respect, manam, maryada, ellam poirum. They understood. I am not going to bother about anybody. The way I was answering or talking, they all are very clear that now nothing can be done. They all kept quiet. And then some more relatives, whoever need to come, 3 days, the whole house was full of these relatives. Some trying to convince me, some from distance itself they will talk. And the way I answered, they got so frightened. Actually, my uncle's daughter only they were planning. This same guy only I said, you are a drunkard. That's it. Now means I will not give my daughter to you. Who asked? I never asked. You planned. What can I do? And then they were planning these, that, and they tried to call my college friends and whether they will be able to give any advice to me. And nothing worked out. Finally, third day, Wednesday I told them, and Thursday, Friday. And of course, even Saturday I was there. Saturday I did not stay in the house, I went out. Sunday I left the house, that's all. Next Sunday I left the house. After that, there was no contact between me and them. They heard once I am in Ramakrishna Mutt, and when they came, I just saw them from distance and went away. That's all. And anyhow, I left the house and traveled and had different experiences, saw the different monks and sannyasis, everything, and had my realization, my life mission, everything. And when I had that experience at the age of 22, that I am an incarnation to transmit this experience, my body and mind is prepared for it. After that experience, it took 9 months for me to settle down normally. If I move the right hand, left hand will not move. If I move the left hand, right leg will not move. The coordination will not be there. If I speak, everything will be stopped. That's the way body was functioning. To settle down and become normal, it took 9 months. So when I settled into the body and became normal, the first thing I felt is I have to complete that biomemory which was left in me as incomplete. So I went back to Tiruvannamalai. Actually, that time I was staying in a place called Kanchipuram, near Kanchipuram, a place called Perukkaranai. And there they take stones for making deities. So there are artificial caves where they removed the stones, quarried the stones. I was staying in one of those caves. Then when I decided, I wanted to complete with her. When I felt I should complete with her, immediately I went back to Tiruvannamalai. I went to the house where they were staying. There I saw nobody is there. And somebody else is having shops. I went there and asked. I wanted to see Arunachalam and Logan, my father and mother's name. They said, no, they are not here. They went away. I asked, it is their own house? They said, no. 8 years before they sold this house, they went away. I asked them, where are they? Do you know the address? They said, we don't know where they are. We don't even know whether they are in Tiruvannamalai. We don't have any idea. When I was inquiring, they thought that I am coming there for food, because my mother had a wonderful habit, which is from my grandfather. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus and get them and give them food. My grandmother also had this pattern. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus from the temple and get them, give them food, only then she will eat. My father's mother and mother's father, both of them had this habit. So sadhus will come regularly to have food. So these guys thought I came for food. So they said, we will give you food. I said, no, I just wanted to meet them, that's why I came. So I do not know now where they are. I went to temple and sat there. It's already maybe around night 8 o'clock. I thought in the temple at least some of the friends or relatives will come. I'll see them or they will see me, then I'll ask them. When I was sitting in the temple, first time after 9 months, I felt a hunger. Because I settled into the body. That was the exact day I settled into the body. It was Deepavali day. And I settled into the body. And I think next day to Deepavali, Amavasya, I went to Thiruvannamalai. First time then I thought, what is this? In the stomach something is going on. Then I realized, oh God, it's hunger. Because the 9 months, hunger, thirst, everything disappeared from the body. All human activities have disappeared from the body. No one to. Means when nothing goes inside, how anything can come out. And even if we eat little bit, I think whether it's completely gets assimilated, I don't know. So first time I felt the hunger after the 9 months. So I was sitting in Thiruvannamalai. It was funny, sitting in Thiruvannamalai, hunger and no food. But immediately, in few minutes, I could see the power of space. The Devi temple priest, he walked straight from the Devi temple and gave the food to me, Nevedyam. I asked him, no, why are you giving it to me? To whom you want to give? Maybe you wanted to give for somebody else and you are mistaking and giving. I told him in Tamil, எனக்கு எது கொடுக்குறீங்க? நீங்க வேற யாரையோ நினைச்சிட்டு என்ன கொடுக்குறீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Then he looked at me and said, no, eat, and went away. After I ate and washed the hands and I was sitting, from distance I saw one young man, saw me and started running. Then I know it's my classmate. From distance I recognized. He also recognized me. He thought if he comes near me, I'll run away. So he wants to inform my parents first. He ran and told my mother and father. In 10 minutes I saw in my vision space one face coming and standing. My mother came and stood. And she was afraid to talk to me. She recognized me and she's standing. I turned my face and the moment I recognized her, I gave my wide smile and asked her, how are you, Ma? The moment she saw a smile in my face, she thought, yes, she can communicate. She can relate. And immediately, tears started rolling in her eyes because she's seeing me maybe, 7-8 years or after that. When I left, I'm a kid, now a sannyasi, shaved head, tall, shining face and sharp eyes, lean. Those days I used to be shaved head. And she was standing with tears. Actually, first I only stood up and pulled her and hugged her. And she started crying, putting her head on my shoulder. Cried, maybe for 10 minutes. I just allowed. When she felt complete and took her body out, I saw my incompleteness disappeared. The incompletion which was in me, in my biomemory, disappeared. Understand? The one hug, incomplete hug, which I separated my body, where I pulled myself out, that incompletion, which was in my biomemory, became complete when I hugged her again and allowed her to express the love Then she said, please come and eat in the house. I said, now I am a sannyasi. If you give Purna Kumbha and offer the food in the banana leaf, like yesterday we served, I will come and eat. She said, yes, I will do. Next day she did all that ritual, and I went and ate and came back. The moral of the story is, even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete. Understand? Even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete.
Love. Vast, huge ocean. The subject, which will taste different from different banks or beaches. It's like an ocean, tastes in different, looks different in different places, feels different in different beaches. This emotion also, you can't even use the word emotion. There is a question here. Is love just another emotion? It is not emotion, it is yen motion. It is the energy which makes motion happen in you towards enlightenment, from enlightenment towards enlightenment. When the glimpse of enlightenment starts in you and motions you towards enlightenment, the ultimate enlightenment, between that period, what you experience is called love.
You always show the soft things as the symbol of love because you know only pseudo love. Understand? We always show only the bird feeding the baby bird as the symbol of love, action of love. A rose flower we show as symbol of love. But we never show a banyan tree root, the hanging root, as a symbol of love, or a lion with a lion cub as a symbol of love, because we know only superficial, pseudo love.
Please listen. The core source material is love. Love is Paramashiva. The source material of Paramashiva, the source happening of Paramashiva, the core happening of the cosmos, cause, karana, karya, result, action. The source material, mulya of the karana and karya, Paramashiva, Param, that core is the pure love. Understand? This whole universe is nothing but multiple versions of that core love, that's all. Whether it is the planet Earth, sun, moon, you, the best of your life and worst of your life, best of your perception and worst of your perception, best of your experience, worst of your experience, all are different versions of love. When I utter the word love you, understand you are absolutely loved and protected and safe. Especially if you resonate and feel connected with that word love, when I say love you, I tell you, this extraordinary grounding Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me with his tremendous love made me extremely integrated and very grounded. Listen. Not being grounded is one of the worst suffering modern day humanity is facing. That is why so much of revolt, anger against everything. It's not that people are angry with some political system, economical system, religious system. Everywhere I am seeing people are angry about everything because one of the important thing the modern day humanity is missing is teaching the children to be grounded. Understand? Only after I grew up, I feel grateful to my gurus. The way they grounded me with my integrity. Whether yoga or puja or the right powerful cognitions, the way they grounded me, something extraordinary. I can see same my age boys who grew up in Tiruvannamalai. The difference, the only difference is Arunagiri Yogeshwara grounded me. The extraordinary love and integrity. I tell you, it is not that because he showered love, he did not integrate me. It's not love of spoiling. The modern day parents, when they can't spend time with you, when they can't groom you, train you, be around you, they just give you gifts in the name of love. You also equate gifts to love and love to gifts. This whole habit of gifts is an absolute stupidity. It's a cunning way parents cheat the kids. When you can't spend time with them, groom them, integrate them, in the name of gifts, cheating them. I tell you. I'll really have to tell you. Understand? My gurus gave me love which made me integrated. Please listen. Now I am going to make a very important sacred secret. Going to make a very important statement. Please listen. Now I am going to make a very important statement. Love of the Master enters into you, completes you, fulfills you, and turns back as love for the master and enlightens you. Listen. Love of the master enters into you, fulfills you, completes you, turns around and flows as love for the master and liberates you. Blessed are those who taste love of the master. Whether it is a benign look, benevolent look, or a serious look of a surgeon. When a surgeon looks at the tumor, remember, he looks at the tumor, not you. Unfortunately, when I look at the tumor, to terrorize the tumor, you mistake, I am looking at you. Understand, decide clearly to hate what master hates, to love what master loves. In every one of you, there is a part master loves. Love that part, cherish that part, nourish that part, entertain that part, enrich that part, that will enlighten you. In every one of you, there is one part master hates. Hate that, destroy it, complete it, drop it. That will be a great liberation for you. So I wanted every one of you to be very clear. The truths I am sharing with you is directly from the inner space of Mahadeva. Please understand, research and development and perfection of these great truths, the way they are lived, the way they are transmitted, the way they are contemplated, the way they are listened, this perfection, the research and development and the perfection has happened in a great loving space of Mahadeva. In the love of the master, all these teachings become part of your very bioenergy. Love of the master is from the space of bioenergy, pure Kundalini Shakti, unpolluted. So naturally that awakens your Kundalini Shakti, your core opens up. The story of Bhatmapada, one of the great disciples of Adi Shankaracharya, proves clearly, just by the feeling connection with him, feeling connection to Adi Shankara, he has mastered the nature. He was so powerfully in tune with the nature. He was so beautifully in sync with the nature. You may not know the story. There was a great disciple of Adi Shankara who is not that intellectually capable, but highly devoted, dedicated, integrated to the master, integrated to his disciplehood. One day he went to wash the clothes of the master to the other banks of the river. He was washing there. Some of the other disciples of Shankara were discussing and they were making fun of Bhatmapada. What is this? This fellow is all the time washing the clothes and cleaning. Did he come here to become a laundryman? If he is not learning any scriptures and not studying, contemplating, when is he going to get enlightened, master the nature, prakriti, life? Shankara was just laughing. He may be little less capable in intellectual way, but he is an amazing, intelligent being who is doing what needs to be done first, who is putting first things first. Shankara wanted to show this to other disciples. So he just sits up and calls from where he is, Batmapada, please come. Actually, he uses the word first time, Batmapada. Earlier his name was different. He just calls his disciple. The moment Master called, the disciple forgot everything. He just starts walking on the river. On the river, oh God, now I have to protect him. When somebody is in such a deep space of trust with the whole cosmos, Master is a representation of the whole cosmos. I cannot allow him to suffer, I cannot let him down. So the river just makes lotus flowers and holds his feet wherever he puts his feet. Please understand, lotus will never happen in the river because river is flowing water. It happens only in ponds, stable water. But here, river produces the lotus and holds his feet when he walks and makes him cross the river. Usually, people will be anxious when they cross the river. Maybe first time, a river would have been anxious when a person is crossing the river. That she has to safely reach him the other side. Because every step is held by a lotus. He was called Batmapada. Shankara demonstrates to all his disciples the need for the loving space for the transmission of the Advaitic truth to happen, because your birth itself has happened when you denied the self, Advaita. Something that deep which is able to make you assume a human body and broken mind can't be transcended unless you trust somebody more than your human body and broken mind.
The moment you start the completion process, the Guru's grace has started happening in your life. Please understand. Your self-effort brings Guru's grace. Guru's grace brings more self-effort. Guru's grace inspires you to start the completion process. Completion makes more Guru's grace flow in your life. It is virtuous circle. You might have heard the word only vicious circle. Now I am introducing a new word, virtuous circle. Love of the Master enters into you and inspires you to do the completion process. Then it turns as love for the Master. When the Guru's grace enters into you, it starts moving you towards completion process. When you start the completion process, automatically the more Guru's grace enters into you. Please understand, don't ever be afraid. Don't say, oh God, I have so much incompletion. How can I ever think I can complete and rewrite my future? When a fire starts burning the trees, not only the forest reduces, the strength of the fire gets added. So when you start doing completion, you may have 10,000 incompletions in front of you. But when you do even one completion, two completion, all the completed thoughts will become power of you. Not only enemy is reducing, friend is increasing. Opposite army is reducing, your army is increasing. The pattern of completing with incompletion becomes your strength. When you start walking or running, day one, don't start thinking, how can I run the marathon of 50 kilometers? First start running 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer. The stamina your body builds, that will take care that you run 20, 30, 40, 50 kilometers. Completion with life is eternal love. Please understand. With anybody you feel complete. Don't think the person is completing you. Your completion is making that person beautiful. Please listen. What I am talking is a very important point. If you see somebody and you are in love and you feel complete, be very clear. That person has no role in your completion experience. Because of your completion, the person looks more greener than the green itself, more rosier than the rose itself, more beautiful than the beauty itself. Completion is the state where you rest in awareness. You always rest in unconsciousness, but with completion you rest in awareness. You rest in peace. You rest in your existence. You rest in you.
Nithyananda. So beautifully explained to us. The first thing being the experience of Swamiji, how Swamiji did the completion with Swamiji's mother. And Swamiji explained to us the importance of completion, even if you are an avatar, how important it is to be in the space of completion. Swamiji very beautifully explained that to us. And then Swamiji also explained to all of us about how true love and fulfilling relationships are our birthright. And we can experience the true love. We can experience the true fulfillment. So now we are going to be doing a quick internalization exercise to internalize this deeper. Fulfilling relationship means every relationship which reminds you again and again, gives you the experience of that oneness, is a fulfilling relationship. This is my favorite ones, like where Swamiji said. See, we usually think, many of us would have this question, oh, does Swamiji know me? Does Swamiji love me? I like Swamiji. Does Swamiji also like me? So, we all think like this. How many of you have cognitions like this? Nothing wrong. When many of us do think like that. Who all have questions like this? Does Swamiji really know me? Or it's just that probably I'm just watching Swamiji on YouTube. Who all have questions like this in you? Okay. See, understand. I see some of you raising your hands reluctantly. Understand. The best news. If you have even little bit of feeling connection, if you are having that love for Swamiji, be very clear, it is his love. Swamiji said, it is the Master's love that enters inside us, overflows through us, fulfills us, completes us, and flows back as love for the Master. Understand? It is always the Master's love. All of us, be very, very, very clear. The moment you have that, even that eagerness, waiting for the darshan, just to see Swamiji, just to have a glimpse of Swamiji, be very clear. It is a direct synergy trigger. Synergy trigger from the cosmos to you. It is not your love. It is his love. That's why, actually, many times, even before you go and tell Swamiji your name, Swamiji would actually know about you. One of the favorite experiences for me was, I was in like new Gurukul kid, and I, after joining Gurukul, after a few months, I didn't really know that Swamiji knows about me or anything like that. Earlier in Gurukul, I'm talking about 2013 time, where like almost 10 years back. So at that time, Swamiji, it was more like, very less interaction we had at Swamiji, initial period of Gurukul, very initial period. So then I didn't know that whether Swamiji knows me or anything like that. And I used to have this habit every day. We have Atmamurti in the dorm. And every night I'll go and tell Swamiji's Atmamurti everything that has happened throughout the day. I'll sit and talk to Swamiji's Atmamurti. I'll tell like, Swamiji, this person did like this. I'll tell all my complaints. I'll go and complete everything. I'll go and tell Swamiji's Atmamurti. And I won't be loud. It will be like my personal conversation with Swamiji through Swamiji's Atmamurti. So, after something had happened, so I wanted to go and complete with Swamiji for like something about temple ritual or something like that had happened. So this generally we go update to Swamiji and complete with Swamiji. And that was my very first time for me to go and uh, during darshan, it was during darshan, and I went to go and complete it form. This is like the first time I'm going, okay? I hadn't gone before. So I was like so excited, or like all kinds of reactions were happening in me. What did Swamiji tell? Will Swamiji will know me? Like, what will Swamiji say if I go and talk to Swamiji? And then, I'm going and planning the darshan queue. So after like other participants are all getting darshan, then I'm going. And then Swamiji saw me, and Swamiji like, "Oh, you come, come, come." That one word itself was like, "Oh my God!" Like Swamiji knows me. And then I am going, and then the person, the mentor, she told that Swamiji she wants to complete. This was like the first time going. Swamiji is like, "Oh, I listen to your completion every night." I was like, God, that I'm talking to Swamiji's Atmamurti. And this was like, I don't even tell this to Swamiji. And Swamiji is telling me, "Oh, I listen to your completion every night." I was like, God. I don't know what to respond or what to react. And then Swamiji just blessed me. And I had like a strong thing that I wanted to have chickies from the darshan. And that few weeks almost, Swamiji was only giving apples or oranges like that. Swamiji is listening to my completion, and then Swamiji blessed me. And then Swamiji said, "Hey, go get chickies for her and come." I hadn't even told Swamiji. Like Swamiji just like asked for the chickie, and then Swamiji gave me the chickies. It's like God, Swamiji knows. Like in every level, Swamiji will know you. Swamiji loves you even before you can even think. That day, after that, I was like, "Oh my God!" Like really Swamiji knows me. Whenever I go next to Swamiji's Atmamurti, I know for sure Swamiji is listening. Like everything. I go and tell Swamiji's Atmamurti, I for sure know Swamiji knows. And like Swamiji will also respond to me only like that. I've seen it in so many situations. Same way another time, this thing I had shared before. Like me and one kid, we were sitting and studying, and he was asking me. We were studying math, and in Gurukul we don't eat chocolates, no junk food. And in one of our textbooks, there was like a huge picture of some chocolates, of a particular brand chocolates are there, and it was like it was not something that was available in India. It was some other country's chocolate. It was displayed. And then I was like talking to that kid, and like he was my classmate, and I was telling him that about some math term I was discussing, and he asked, "Hey, okay. You keep telling you can manifest now. Come on, can you manifest chocolate?" I was like, I took it as a challenge. I was like, yeah, why not? I'll go and tell Swamiji's Atmamurti. Swamiji will definitely give. It was like a spontaneous reaction saying, yeah, I can do it. So I go to, in every class in Gurukul, actually, the Gurukul classrooms are so beautiful. We have Chettinad style classrooms, like palace style classrooms, and everything is very, very traditional. And we all sit in Chettinad desks, and it's like a wooden desk. You all sit on the ground with a mat, and even the tile is all Chettinad style. Chettinad is like a very traditional, most advanced architecture style. So you literally feel like you're teleported to a different universe. Being in Adinam is so beautiful. Being in Gurukul is wow. Every bit of it, Swamiji handpicked for us and made the whole Gurukul. So in the classrooms, we have one Atmamurti in every classroom. So I quickly went to that Atmamurti, and how I felt like I'm whispering into Swamiji's ears. I went and whispered, "Swamiji, can you give me this exact chocolate that is there in the textbook? The same image, can you manifest it for me? This fellow also challenged me, so you should definitely manifest it for me." So I told that to Swamiji Sashimi. Then I came back. In second part, suddenly one kid ran and came to our class and he was just, he called out a few of our names. And that my name was also there. He said, Swamiji is immediately calling all of you to courtyard. That itself was like, God, I just spoke to Swamiji Sashimi and Swamiji is like already responding to me. So I ran and went. I was so excited. Me and the kid who challenged me, both of us went. And then Swamiji had made a beautiful palki for Gurukuls. And Swamiji was showing that to us. And Swamiji was explaining the design details and how to carry it. Actually, this is the way Swamiji will actually take classes for us. Meaning, it won't even feel like a class. Swamiji will show traditional items and tell its history. And like it's a silver palki Swamiji made specifically for all of us, Gurukuls. And then Swamiji was explaining that. Once we finished that, all of us, everyone who Swamiji called and gave blessings, and some of us, Swamiji gave us hugs. And then Swamiji saw me, and then Swamiji was like, wait, and then Swamiji called one of the sannyasis at us and told him to go get a particular chocolate and come. I was so excited. Like, it was like, oh my God, just few minutes ago, I had told that through Atmamurti to Swamiji that I want this chocolate. I was so excited. The word Swamiji, the moment Swamiji uttered the word chocolate, that took the level like, oh my God, this is like ultimate. Like, immediately Swamiji manifested. Swamiji is getting and giving. It was the exact same brand that was there in the textbook. It was like beyond doubts, beyond any, like, it's beyond logic. And then Swamiji blessed, Swamiji said, this is for you. And Swamiji blessed, gave it to me and gave me a hug. And the other kid who had challenged me, Swamiji called him also. And then Swamiji gave to him also different chocolates, a huge bag full of chocolates. And Swamiji blessed and gave and told, come on, now you take this chocolate. Come on, you also got chocolate. Go and distribute it to whole Gurukul. We both felt like Swamiji just listened to our whole conversation, what we had as a conversation. And now Swamiji is coming and addressing it, giving it to us, and to go and like making sure that we all are realizing that he is there with us continuously. And on top of the Swamiji blessing said, don't worry, in these chocolates you guys can eat and the whole Gurukul can enjoy. I have removed no toxins of this will affect you. I was like, God, it's super cool to have Paramashiva as your dad. Like, really, he's your father, he's just there. And then he would shower his love upon you much, much, much more than you can even imagine. And these experiences made me feel like Swamiji knows us really, really more than what we know of ourselves. And the best statement from one of my favorite statements from Swamiji is, I know you even before you know me. I love you even before you started loving me. It is because he chose you that is the only reason we each of us are here. There are billions of people that are there right now on the internet, scrolling, swiping and going. Swamiji is appearing in millions of screens. But he chose you, handpicked and chose you, which is the only reason. The moment you saw Swamiji, you had to click here. The call from your friend is not a coincidence. The YouTube video of Swamiji that popped up, which made you get connected to Swamiji, is not a coincidence. It is he who chose you, made himself appear for you, and it's a love statement from him. He showers his love for you, because of which it is entering inside you, awakening all your chakras, fulfilling you and overflowing to you as love for Swamiji. It is his love. It is a love statement directly from Paramashiva with a proposal, not will you marry me? But will you become me? It is his proposal to you, to each one of us. That is the love statement directly from Paramashiva, which is what all of us are experiencing, which is what all of us are here sitting, which is making each of us sit here, enjoy this space where we feel connected to Swamiji. So all of you be clear, if you are experiencing this love, it is not your love, it is his love for you.
And the best part is this love will flow through you, overflow through you. All the gratitude that you experience to Swamiji, all the emotions, the feeling connection that you experience to Swamiji is what is Swamiji's love, which flows through you, flows into you, overflows back from you, and flows back as love for the Master. Now, when you experience connection with Swamiji, understand experiencing liberation in all other relationships is very easily possible. Understand completion. When we all listen to Swamiji's experience about how Swamiji experienced completion with his mother, it is never, ever, I can never get enough of that satsang. Every time I listen to it, I just end up visualizing the whole thing, enjoying it, and feel like listening to it more and more and more. See, please understand, the whole experience of oneness, the whole experience of completion, it is not about letting go. It is not about forgiving. It is not about moving on. It is not even about judging right or wrong. See, you will, end of the day, when you complete, you will experience love, forgiveness, healing, moving on. All of it is a byproduct. But you know, this word forgiveness or this word moving on or letting go, all of it is loaded with the Western ideas. I will say not even Western ideas, outer world ideas, the people, regular ideas of what common society understands of having the pain inside and moving on. See, it is not wrong. Forgiveness is a good thing, but the concept of forgiveness is overloaded with people's wrong ideas. It is overloaded with the idea that many times, what do people do? They hold on to the pain. You did so many things bad to me. Life was unfair to me, but it's okay. What can I do? If it comes from a powerlessness, understand it will come back always causing more and more income. Sorry. Whenever you again and again put yourself through this, it is the exact same cycle. Completion always comes from powerfulness. You understand that whether people hated you, rated you, judged you, abused you, attacked you, they conspired against you, whatever they did, you will realize that nothing can touch you because your consciousness, your Paramashiva. And from that space, when you forgive, it is a different thing altogether. That is why Swamiji says, I am too busy loving the people who love me that I don't have time to hate the people who hate me. Because in Swamiji's dictionary, Swamiji says, I am too busy accepting the friend request. I have no time to accept enemy requests. I don't accept enemy requests. See, only if you accept someone as your enemy, they become your enemy. Na? Swamiji says, I don't even accept people as my enemies. So there is no, so the whole thing, the ground on which people can attack Swamiji is loosened. Understand, when you move on, the concept of completion, the concept of forgiveness or the concept of understanding, the concept of letting go, the concept of moving on, all of these is completely different. Ma Krista, Ma Katie Lux, Ma Krista Menard, this for you. Ma Elizabeth Ferdman. See, you might have had the most painful moments in your life, right? Some situations would have cost you very painful incidents, painful things in life. Now, completion is not about you trying to judge, you trying to say, oh, if I complete with my mother, will she become right? Will I become wrong? No. The answer is no. Ma Krista Menard, Ma Elizabeth Ferdman, and Maketi Lux. Are you all there? Could you all come on camera? I'm not actually seeing you all on camera. Okay. Listen to this carefully. You can experience completion with your relationships, some places where you feel even you've been abused. Listen to this very carefully. The most important thing here is there are two parts. One, you are thinking just because you go and complete, the other person might become right, you may be wrong. No. Even if you think, oh, let me complete just to heal my pain, that is also wrong. Then it's coming from incompletion. Completion is you experiencing the space that you are Paramashiva. Because you are Paramashiva, that Paramashanta Swarupa in you. Nobody from outside can take away something from you. Swamiji will tell. Once one participant from Inner Awakening asked Swamiji that how does Swamiji deal with all abusers and attackers? Swamiji faces so many attacks and persecution that keeps happening. But Swamiji said, you will never see Swamiji saying, oh, it's okay, I will bear it, I will go through it. Swamiji never talks like that. You know why? Swamiji tells, not once any of these attacks touch Swamiji. He exists as Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva. Whether someone is there offering flowers at his feet or whether someone put thorns in his path, that does not touch Swamiji or shake who he is. That is completion. You going back to your original state of Paramashiva is completion. Completion is not about you judging someone right or wrong. Just because you complete with your mom and you feel she's done only wrong things to you in your life does not make her right. Or just because you don't complete does not make you right or wrong. Understand, you completing is you going back to your original state, your natural self of who you are, what you are. And forgiveness, unfortunately, the concept of forgiveness is loaded with our misconceptions, I would say. It is nothing to do with religions. It is about the misconceptions. Listen very carefully. Swamiji explains the most profound truth here. The moment you say forgiveness, you're already overloaded with the pain that, oh, I would have gone through whatever I went through, still I should move on. No. Completion is you coming to the conclusion that you are Paramashiva. Because you are a Paramashiva, you never had that suffering in the first place. Because you never had that suffering in the first place, the suffering it does not belong to you. You are just dropping a delusion. That is the Satya. That is the Parama Satya. That is how we exist. That is our original self. Once you complete forgiveness, moving on, letting go, all these so-called concepts becomes a byproduct of it. Naturally, when you complete, you no more cognize someone as your enemy because there's no definition of enemy in your inner space. You just feel everything is manifestation from within.
How many of you here feel like peace? How many of you here want to experience the true love, fulfillment, completion? Who all want to experience it? Jan Changaya, I read your message. See, this kind of experiences, living around Swamiji will make us continuously, your life will be so delicious. Like literally in every aspect, Swamiji will be there with you. He would guide you, not just guide you. See, like in programs, the darshan, what we're experiencing is just one dimension of Swamiji. When you experience Swamiji, literally, he's there with you as your own father. And he'll just be there for everything. He'll be there and be with you and continuously your life itself feels so miraculous. Normally, life is logical. But with Swamiji, life is magical. And the best news is, even when we think Swamiji may not know me, many people think, oh, I'm Chinese, Swamiji may not even know me. I'm somewhere. I had never even come to a physical program, so Swamiji may not know me. No, Swamiji knows you. Swamiji knows each and every one of you. Only because he knows you are even here. Understand? Just remember this. How many of you are keeping with this? Wonderful. Just hold on to that sweet cognition you're having. And from that cognition, let us start operating. It is love of the master that enters into you, completes you, fulfills you, and turns back as love for the master. Love of the master is from the space of bioenergy, pure kundalini, unpolluted. So naturally, that awakens your kundalini, your core opens up. Now, let us start working on manifesting fulfilling relationships. For the purpose of this assignment, take any one relationship where you want to experience true love for that person. But currently, you're facing a lot of conflict. Now, we're going to show you a few questions, 5 questions. We're going to pen down the answers for these 5 questions to that person. Have all of you chosen a person? Good. First question, what do you feel about you when you are with that person? What do you feel about you when you are away from that person? How do you show you to that person? How does that person perceive you? How do you perceive that person? Take a few minutes and all of you are going to write this down just for that one relation. Please start now. Please relax. Slowly, please relax. Now understand the right concepts, understanding about the truths of what is love from the space of completion. When you realize the others in front of you are your own extension and therefore you can never miss someone from outside, you start manifesting fulfilling relationships in life. And when you start now understanding that there's no one from outside that can add or subtract from you, that will give us the fulfilling relationship like Swamiji revealed. Take a few minutes, review what you have written, and see if you have authentically answered the 5 questions. Identify the conflicts, contradictions, incompletions in your answers and pen them down. Okay, please understand. Identify all the gaps where, for example, in front of the other person, you will feel like, okay, you may feel very suffocated around, or sometimes you may feel very that you're not being yourself in front of the other person. Like that, it may change on each situation. So write down all such gaps. That is a gap. So pen them down and relive and complete. You may not have time to do all of them. So in the interest of time, I request all of you to pen down at least for just that one situation where you answer those 5 questions. So pen down. Please start. Let's all take 5 minutes, 6 minutes to do this. Please complete the second, third, and the fourth step. Please relax. Okay. Now, all of us, as we complete, we understand about what true love and fulfilling relationships are, we are going to be entering into one of the most important truths. We are going to be, or I should say, one of the most important initiations that we are going to be receiving today. The first thing we've understood from morning till now is how all relationships, when you see it as a possibility, you are liberated. When you see it as a pattern, you are bound. You are stuck in the same loop again and again. Then we also learned about the space of oneness through which you can experience all the relationships in life. Then we learned about the science of completion, how you can get the hangover of the past rid from you, like how you can actually operate from the space of possibility as opposed to the space of pattern. The next one that we are going to be entering into is a very, very important session. And this is a preparation for today's initiation. So I request everyone to please gather very, very soon. We are going to be having the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Kalyana Sundaramurti and the most beautiful forms of Paramashiva. We're going to be having Darshan of Swamiji very, very, very soon. So let's get ready. It's time for us to prepare ourselves for the initiation. And yes, as we're all eagerly, excitedly awaiting, very soon we are going to be having the initiation where Swamiji is going to be blessing all the couples that are praying to have children, praying to conceive. Swamiji will be blessing your apples or pineapples. You can bring the apples or pineapples. As a couple, you can attend the darshan. Swamiji will be blessing and showering you with having that experience of conscious birthing, where you can experience the baby. You can actually, Swamiji will bless you to conceive. So now, in this session, we are going to be understanding about what is conscious birthing and what is the science behind it. Let us listen to this revelation from Swamiji. It's a very important session, and we request all of you to please listen to it completely.
Consumerism is not the purpose of the human existence. Conscious possibility is the purpose of human existence. The Hindu civilization again and again and again rededicated itself in the field of conscious possibilities. It put all its energies, time, treasure, talent in this field. Hindu civilization has done extensive research in this field. Invented, discovered, rediscovered, reinvented multiple dimensions of conscious possibility. Your very core DNA can be given a breakthrough to the next level if you infuse intense consciousness in your life, in your existence. Understand? Consciousness is the base material on which you experience your I-ness. Your I, your existence, what you perceive as you. you experience on the foundation of consciousness. Life is not just probabilities from the mind. All probabilities, good or bad, worst to best, all probabilities are mind-based, mental. I am telling you, all probabilities are mind-based, mental. People who live and end up with this mind-based probabilities live as mediocre, middle class and die. People who experience conscious possibilities in their life give breakthrough to themselves, who manifest these conscious possibilities and demonstrate it to others, give superconscious breakthrough to others also. Understand these examples I am giving. You will understand this. 3 important methodology, dimensions through which my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara has taught me. He gave me the science of these 3 methodology to revive the conscious possibility for the world. 1, Varnashrama Dharma, sovereign order of KAILASA, is fundamentally based on Varnashrama Dharma. Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa, Brahmana, Vaishya, Kshatriya, Shudra, Varnashrama Dharma, centric revival. In that methodology, lots of conscious possibilities can be taught and revived to the human beings. Second is the Gurukul, where a powerful ecosystem is created and one group of sannyasis, acharyas and Gurukul balasans start manifesting powers that become such powerful energy magnet. All over the world, all the yoga prashtas get attracted automatically. Like magnet, and start coming towards the Gurukul, get educated, start manifesting the powers, start manifesting the conscious possibilities. And the third is directly bringing superconscious beings from KAILASA, making them embody, creating an atmosphere, right garbha, womb, right happening, embodying those great superconscious beings from KAILASA directly, keeping a powerful ecosystem and ambience for that incarnations to flower. Understand? This science was alive in Adishaiva tradition and even in Tibetan Buddhist tradition, bringing the incarnations. Not only my Guru taught me, Arunagiri Yogeshwara taught me, he gave me the wide proof that this science existed. Only very recently, people forgot this science existed. Now with my Guru's grace, I am reviving it. My Guru Isaki Swami, he revealed this secret science to me once by explaining. In the Guru Parampara of Fundamental Adinam, they used the same title, Jnana Prakasa Desika Paramacharya Swamigal. I asked him why everyone uses the same title. He said, just few beings who reached the Sayujya Mukti with Paramashiva again and again assume the body and maintain the Guru Parampara unbroken. That is why all of them are given the same name, Jnana Prakasa Desika Paramacharya Swamigal. Same way with Madurai. Few beings. That is why there are some names will repeatedly come in the 293. I am 6th Nithyananda. In that list, if you see, I am the 6th Nithyananda. There are some 20 names repeatedly will appear. Because our ancestors know the science of reincarnation, bringing those great, highly evolved beings to planet Earth, making them embody and manifest the conscious possibilities. Reincarnation is neither concept nor theory or philosophy. It is a science. Greater science of Hinduism.
Listen. Microcosm becoming macrocosm is enlightenment. Macrocosm becoming microcosm is incarnationhood. You having the cosmic cognition and cosmos having you in the cognition. You dissolving into these great truths and these great truths dissolving into you. Both of them are totally different. Listen, catch it. Catch it. Listen. With Upanishads, not only those great truths will provoke you to dissolve yourself into those truths, even they will dissolve into you. Listen, even they will dissolve into you. Provoking your being to dissolve into the truth can be done by any spiritual book. Even if you read some stotras of saints, your whole being will be provoked to dissolve into the truth. That is what the great bhaktas did. The saints of Vedic tradition preaching devotion, the intensity of the passion and emotion is used beautifully to merge with the cosmos. Meera, Jnana Sambandhar,
Ramadasa, the great devotees, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, here in Karnataka, Akkamma Devi, in Andhra, Annamacharya, Tamil Nadu, Jnana Sambandar, Manikkavasagar. I can go on listing. They all used the passion and emotion, intensity of the passion and emotion to dissolve into the cosmos. See, provoking you to dissolve into the truth, any spiritual book can do. But provoking the cosmos to dissolve into you, only Upanishads can do it. Only Upanishads can raise you to that height. You become so vast that cosmos dissolves into you. The microcosm becomes so big as macrocosm. So macrocosm can just dissolve into it. If you have to have the whole universe in your mouth has to open to the size of the whole universe. If the truth has to dissolve into you, you should grow taller than the truth. That can happen only by Upanishads. That is why I am telling, Upanishads don't make just enlightened beings, it makes incarnations. I am here to make you all experience, make us all radiate Paramashiva, the absolute and ultimate conscious possibility. Understand? My words are neither poetry nor prose, or logical, or magical, or theory, or philosophy. It is straight from the heart of the Paramashiva to the heart of my disciples. It's from heart to heart. Paramashiva's heart to your heart. Listen. My Guru, Vibhudanandapuri, Kuppammal, she used to say, I am the explosion happened in Arunachala Linga, the Arunachaleshwara. And she used to say, she brought that explosion through Mahakala Bhairava. In Arunachaleshwara temple, there is a beautiful Mahakala Bhairava with 8 hands on the banks of Brahmadirtham, the temple tank. And she said, she brought through that Mahakala Bhairava's deity and kept it in Brahmatirtham to cool off, to settle. Then brought it to my mother's womb. And she says, my mother's womb and my father's body both were prepared at the same time. Then through father's body, the male component was brought into my mother's womb, and I was given form and manifested.
Let me explain the science of Yajna and Aushadha. The great rishis, the scientists of the inner world, mantra drashtas of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, people like Vyasa, Agastya, Kapila, Ankirasa, Bharadwaja, all these great beings, they sit together. Whatever reality they want to cause, strong thought current which expresses those reality, they bring that thought current and energy into these 5 elements. Bringing that thought current into these 5 elements is yajna. They bring those gods, goddesses who are embodiment of that thought current. For example, if they want to manifest huge wealth, they bring down the energy of Lakshmi into fire and please her by offerings and receive the boon from her for the manifestation of wealth. If they want the divine city to be constructed, then they bring the energy of Vishwakarma and offer the offerings, take the boon to manifest the huge creativity and construction. So for each action, they bring that energy and please it by offerings and make that thought current into reality. And the thought current which they manifest, when it become reality, means when that blessings, that boon is given, that energy is consolidated into an aushadha, a herbal product, and shared. Whoever receives that aushadha manifests that reality. Now, I am going to do 2 things. Understand, this Putra Kameshti Yagam was performed by Dasaratha, and when the yajnam was complete, when the yagam was completed, the whole essence, the result, the phala was infused into a milk pudding, into the milk, and it was converted into payasam, and that was shared to all the 3 wives of Dasaratha, and Rama, Lakshmana, Bharata, Shatrugna were given birth. Same way, Meenakshi's parents have conducted the Putra Kameshti Yajna, and it was so powerful. Devi directly landed into the fire and walked out of the fire. She did not even want that result to be converted into a matter and conceived, and she did not even want to go and stay in the Garbha of Kanchanamala, the mother of Meenakshi. Meenakshi's mother, father, both of them are not biological mother and father, because she just walked out of the fire. And same way, Draupadi, the Draupadi's parents did Putra Kameshti Yajna, and she walked out of the fire. We have huge references. I was trying to find who is the first person who did the Putra Kameshti Yajna, and I saw it is Sadashiva himself. Because the science of creating the Putra, inheritor, without physical relationship. See, the Manmata's wife Rati has cursed Adishakti, Parvati, that you will not have physical relationship. Of course, the curse is nothing, they could have just thrown out. Anyhow, Sadashiva's form is beyond gender and sex. So without physical relationship, he has to create now Subramanya to destroy Tarakasura and Suravatma. So the first Putrakameshti Yajna, with the fire of his own third eye, he manifests that whole software with his 5 faces. The energy gathers and all the faces of Sadashiva contributes their energies. Then his unmanifest, the Avyakta component showers the energy. Then Adi Shakti showers her energy. The whole thing together becomes the form of Vishwarupa Skanda, Subramanya. And now the Skanda Sashti, auspicious time, when this process was done in Kailasa first time, now we are repeating the same process in Gupta Kailasa again. Now I am going to bring that same software through the third eye fire, manifest it, and once that energy is pleased and blessings are invoked, bring all that blessings into Aushadha and share it with you all. So now the process is 2 level. 1, release of that energy itself is going to be too powerful. Second, mapping it on the Aushadha and sending it to all of you. Understand, all, anyone who has the intention to have a child, your physical qualification, disqualification is immaterial. Doctors, medical science has no place here. Understand, in Hindu tradition, birth has nothing to do with sex. Birth and sex is separated in Hindu tradition. Best births are always Putrakameshti Yajna and Aushadha based. It was never normal physical sexual relationship based. Everyone who is sitting here or online with this intention will be blessed, and all the babies will be embodiment of Subramanya. It may look very funny in the modern day if somebody says sex and giving birth to a child is separate, they both are not connected in Vedic tradition. Many things I say will look funny till it becomes reality. Materialistic world people, many things they say it will become funny once they become reality. Understand? What they declare, when it becomes reality, it becomes funny. What I claim, till it becomes reality only, it will look like funny.
join him. This is a very initiation. All of us are going to be receiving. Swamiji so beautifully explained to us about what this conscious working is and how this conscious working happens and in what level it is given in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Today, all the participants, especially the couples, are sitting together with the hope, prayer, and a deep yearning to have a child. Today, Swamiji is going to be blessing all those couples, all the participants, whoever wants to conceive a child. Get your apples and pineapples ready. Each of you need to have either an apple or a pineapple, but each one has to have one and have that ready, because today we are going to be receiving that as an initiation. Take a few minutes and all of you quickly get that and settle down. Now, it's time all of us are going to be getting ready for the darshan. The most wasted part of our day, especially all the completions that we've been doing since morning and preparing ourselves for experiencing deep love, fulfilling relationships. Just by sitting in darshan, receiving Swamiji's initiation and blessings will melt away all those incompletions. And you will suddenly see the space of completion manifesting in you. That is why it's highly recommended for you to sit as an entire family and receive the darshan, because during the initiation, especially during the initiation, all of you together would experience the space of completion. All of you will experience the transformation that happens inside of you. And just like that, the incompletions will just melt down. See, when Ganga is shallow, you will see all the big boulders and rocks that is there. But when Ganga is flooded, all those big rocks will just disappear. Same way, when you are flooded with that love and devotion, you will see all your incompletions will just disappear. At least there in that case of Ganga, only the rocks become invisible. But here, they will just disappear from you, because Swamiji will flood your being with the real love. Understand, as we learn today. Even if any of you have that love, feeling connection with Swamiji, be very clear, it is his love. It is the love of the Master that enters inside you, fulfills you, completes you, and flows back as love for the Master.
And today, the greatest of blessings is that all of us are sitting here at the presence of Swamiji and attending this auspicious darshans together as a family. Every one of you that have come here as a couple, as a family, or even if you're just sitting with some relation in your life, like even your pet, anyone that you're sitting with, not just you, along with you, your whole family is going to get the benefit of it. Swamiji is going to be blessing your whole family to manifest this experience, this complete completion and experiencing fulfilling relationships. So today, all of us are going to be receiving the initiation to experiencing the fulfilling relationships, bliss, completion in life, complete fulfillment in life. I request every one of you, all the participants, to please settle down, sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Please make sure you're in front of the camera. Today, any boons, any blessings that you have, that you ask pertaining to relationships, fulfillment in relationships, all of that will completely get fulfilled. You'll have complete fulfillment in all those dimensions and all those aspects. So every one of you can offer your prayers, your blessings, requests, boons directly to Swamiji. Now we will be chanting the Jana Loka, the forms, the
the chants, the sacred mantras that describe the forms of Paramashiva. These are the directions that we are going to be receiving today. First is the Jana Loka of Bhagavan Kalyana Sundaramurti. Sindura param trinetam yuga bhuja sahitam harake urabhusham devyai vastrairvintangam svarasamusita yuktam shubhangam Vande Kalyanamurtim Karatala Kamale Devi Hastam Tathanam Haste Tankam Rizanta Tatamadhavaram Vahadbhatte Gangendu Chudam. The Jana Loka of Bhagavan Uma Maheshwara Murti. Dhavalabdha Sukhasana Sannihitam Mrugam Dimbakatankavarabhainam Sumukha Paramuspala Dhara Umaya Sahitam Hridaye Subhate. Next is Sukhasana Murti. Arunabha Subhasma Vilepanadra Dharanitar Tankam Varabhayadam Arunam Varashobhila Satsubhadam Gunadnetra Sukhasana Rupamidam Chaturbhujam Trinetram Cha Jatamakuta Samyutam Abhayam Dakshina Haste Varadam Vamahastake Krishna Parasum Samyuktam Vama Dakshina Hastayoho Sayanam Dakshinam Padam Dadam Vamam Sukunsitam Uma Sahita Patsarvam Skanda Gauri Divarjitam Sukhasana Murtim Soktam. This is a auspicious session that all of us are going to be enjoying today. I request all the participants to quickly come and settle down. And we also have a very exciting news. We are going to be celebrating Krishna Janmashtami with Swamiji. Coming September 7th is going to be the Krishna Janmashtami, and all of us are going to be celebrating that with Swamiji.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Celebrate. Celebrate.
And all of us are blessed to celebrate this auspicious day directly with the Nijavatara himself. And we have some of the most beautiful offerings that all of you can offer on this auspicious day of Krishna Janmashtami. This would be in just a few more days on 7th of September. So we have about 5 days left, and all of us are going to have the greatest boon of celebrating this with the Nijavatara, Swamiji himself. So we are going to now be sharing with all of you a few of the sevas that we all can offer to Swamiji on the auspicious day of Krishna Janmashtami. This Krishna Janmashtami is going to be a wonderful time for all of us to receive the darshan, and we are going to be having a very, very special, amazing Bhava Samadhi darshan, experiencing Bhagavan Shri Krishna himself. So just like today, how all of us are experiencing that complete fulfillment in all relationships and blessings to receive, blessings for manifesting children or fulfillment in any relationships, liberation from all conflicts, all of these. On Krishna Janmashtami, it is going to be just celebrations, complete celebrations. Every one of you that are sitting here today, when we are receiving the initiation and we are receiving the darshan today of Kalyana Sundaramurti, the form of Paramashiva through which he manifests the ultimate fulfillment, he manifests completion in all relationships in life. It is in each of these forms, actually, Kalyana Sundaramurti, Uma Maheshwara Murti, Gauri Leela Samanvita Murti, Gauri Varaprada Murti, in these forms of Paramash, he manifests each time to marry Devi Parashakti. And every time when he has to marry Devi Parashakti, he assumes the form of Kalyana Sundaramurti. And connecting to this form of Kalyana Sundaramurti gives us complete fulfillment in all relationships, and it completely liberates us from any kind of conflicts that we're having in any relationships. And especially if you're attending as a couple and if you're attending as a family together, for all of you, the whole family, you all as a group will be receiving the energy, the blessings, and the benefits of attending this session. As a family, all of you will experience tremendous completion and healing. And yes, many of you are asking about the Apple Baby initiation. You all can, all those who want to receive the Apple Baby initiation today, if you are here as a couple and you want to receive the initiation today, please go ahead, place the apple or pineapple in front of the camera, and Swamiji will be energizing it. Swamiji himself will be energizing it and blessing you to conceive a child. So you all can, all the couples that that would like to receive the blessings, we will be showing the form for all of you through which you can sign up. Yes, that is Manyana Paravidya, that is enough. Yes. If just receiving the initiations in Swamiji's presence, that alone is enough. And rest Swamiji will take care. Okay, can I request every one of you to please put the apples or pineapples right in front of the camera in such a way that it is visible. Swamiji can see it.
Ma Ena, if your spouse is currently not here, but you would like to receive initiation, you can go ahead. As long as you can go ahead, Ma. So you're asking if if your partner is unable to join at this moment, that is fine. You can get the blessings, and you can also get the blessings for 2 apples, and you can even give one for the partner once they return. So the apple gets energized and it stores energy. Like Swamiji said, both apple and pineapple are the fruits that can hold this energy. And when the couple consumes it, you will be able to conceive a child. All that healing will happen for you to conceive a child. So yes, here's a link for all of you. Whoever want to receive this initiation today, please go ahead and you all can sign up in this link, tinyurl.com/blessings for child. Take a few minutes and quickly sign up on the link that is shown above. Now, as all of us are waiting, let us all get ready to receive the darshan of Kalyana Sundaramurti, Uma Maheshwaramurti, Gauri Varapradamurti, Gauri Leela Samandhitamurti, Nimeshamurti forms of Paramashiva. Please sit straight. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham.
establish oneness inside of ourselves, and respect everyone as Paramashiva manifesting in your life. Thank you all for
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
கல்யாண வைபோகமே சோமசுந்தரேஷர் வருகின்ற மணக்கோலமே வேதங்கள் காணாத பாதங்கள் புவி மீது தானாக வரச் செய்த காமேஸ்வரி தானாக வரச் செய்த காமேஸ்வரி மீனாட்சி கல்யாண வைபோகமே தேவர்கள் தலைவன் இந்திரன் காளாஞ்சி கொண்டே பன்னீர் தெளித்திடவே தீயன எரிக்கும் அக்னி தேவன் தூபம் காட்டி நெருங்கிடவே
Kalyana Sundaramur. This is the form with which he married Parvati and Meenakshi. Whenever he marries the incarnations of Parvati
He assumes Kalyana Sundara Murti form, comes and marries. This is a powerful manifestation. If you invoke him, all the relationship related issues will be cleared. He will clear, bring completion, all the relationship.
ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி திருமண வைபவம், ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி திருமண வைபவம். நித்யானந்த கணபதியை துதித்து ஆனந்தேஸ்வரரையும் ஆனந்தேஸ்வரியையும் வர்ணித்து ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே, ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே. அண்ணாமலையோனே ஆதிசிவரூபா, அண்ணாமலையோனே ஆதிசிவரூபா, ஆனந்தபுரியமர்ந்து ஞானம் தரும் சீலா, ஆனந்தேஸ்வரா, ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே, ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே, ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே, ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே. ஆனந்த ஈசனவன் மடி மீது அமர்ந்து, ஆனந்த ஈசனவன் மடி மீது அமர்ந்து, அகிலம் தன்னை காக்கும் அன்னையன எழுந்த ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி, ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே, ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே, ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண வைபோகமே, ஆனந்தேஸ்வரி கல்யாண कल्याण वैभोगमे आनन्देश्वरी कल्याण वैभोगमे आनन्देश्वरी कल्याण वैभोगमे आनन्देश्वरी कल्याण वैभोगमे.
All the viewers, all the participants, every one of you that are enjoying this auspicious and sacred darshan. We are going to take a few minutes to take you all through the different avenues through which you can post your prayers, messages of love, gratitude at the lotus feet of Swamiji through social media. And the first being YouTube. You all can head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda, the official YouTube channel. And don't forget to subscribe. You can go to the video, the live video on top, and you can leave your prayers, wounds, and blessings requests as comments under the comment section. And the next platform, you all can head to kailasa.org and you can visit kailasa.org. On the homepage, you will see a pop-up notification of WhatsApp. Please hit that WhatsApp icon and it will lead you to the WhatsApp community, the WhatsApp group. And you can join the WhatsApp group. And in that, you can post all your prayers, messages of love and gratitude to Swamiji. And each of you can follow along. Please do head to these platforms and you all can visit each of these platforms and you can post your prayers and blessings. Now you can head to twitter.com. Twitter now, x.com. You can head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam Twitter account, Swamiji's official Twitter account. And if you're not yet following that, please make sure to hit the follow button and also the bell icon. Go to the topmost pinned tweet and click the reply icon and use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, and as a reply to the pinned tweet, you can post your prayers there. The next is Instagram. Head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda Instagram account and click on the profile picture. In the live chat section, you can post your prayers and boon requests. The next is Facebook. Head to KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam, our official Facebook page, and you can go to the topmost live video and please comment your prayers, all your blessings requests as a comment right under the Facebook live, and Swamiji himself will be seeing your prayers, your blessings requests, and Swamiji himself will be blessing each and every one of us. To each and every one of you that are receiving these powerful initiations today, we highly recommend that all of you attend the full day of the Paramashivoham Level program to receive the maximum benefits for you to understand the practical applications in the software, the science that Swamiji has revealed behind each of these initiations. Now, let us all continue to behold this very, very beautiful and supremely auspicious darshan of Paramashiva's various different forms, his Kalyana Sundara Murti, manifesting through our beloved Swamiji.
உடமெல்லாம் பூக்க துவக்க திருநாளில் நித்யனின் திவ்ய தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम् दर्शनम् नित्यानन्द दर्शनम् ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम् दर्शनं नित्यं दर्शनं दर्शनं दैव दर्शनं दर्शनं नित्यं दर्शनं दर्शनं दैव दर्शनम्
அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத்திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத்திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்தியதும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ பொங்கும் கடலென பக்தர் குழுமிட நித்தியனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் அரைநாதன் முதல் நாளின் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் नित्यानंद दर्शनम ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் பலம் போங்க பூமியில் நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் பலம் போங்க பூமியில் நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் முறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் அரைநாதன் முதல் நாளின் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் नित्यानंद दर्शनम ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम दर्शनम कल्पतरु दर्शनम ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम
குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம். குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம். அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க நெறி காட்ட அவன் காட்சி தரும் வாகனம். அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க நெறி காட்ட அவன் காட்சி தரும் வாகனம். திருக்காட்சி கண்ட விழிகள் விரிந்திடும், வேண்டும் வரம் கேட்கும் மனம் மாயமாய் மறைந்திடும். பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம். கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிடி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும். அபயக்கரம் தாங்கி நித்யனும் அமர்ந்ததோ சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம். அபயக்கரம் தாங்கி நித்யனும் அமர்ந்ததோ சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம். கருணை கடல் குழந்தை முகம் கொண்டு எழிலாய் புன்னகையோடு புவிக்கே தரும் தரிசனம். கருணை கடல் குழந்தை முகம் கொண்டு எழிலாய் புன்னகையோடு புவிக்கே தரும் தரிசனம். கவி பாட உரை தன்னை உயிர் தேடிடும், தேடியதை கூறினாலும் இதன் எழில் மீறிடும். பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம். கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிடி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும். மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும். இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம். நலஞ்சாவும் கூடும்.
கமலத்தில் நித்யன் தரும் தரிசனம். விழியாயிரம் வேண்டும் என தோன்றுமே, விழியாயிரம் வேண்டும் என தோன்றுமே. பக்தர் புவி மீது உயிர் கொண்ட பலன் யாவும் கூட.
அழகாய் கமலவாகனம் நித்யானந்தன் அமர்ந்தே அருளும் தரிசனம். அழகாய் கமலவாகனம் நித்யானந்தன் அமர்ந்தே அருளும் தரிசனம். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம். அவன்
ஓம்
திருப்பதம்
ஓம்
காணும்
ஓம் ஓம்
யோகம்.
ஓம்.
பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும்
As the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva's
திருக்காட்சி
Kalyana Sundaramurti,
நித்யன்
Umamaheshwaramurti, Sukhasanamurti, Umeshamurti, Gauri Leela Samanvitamurti, Gauri Varapradamurti. I bless you all with Paramadvaita. I bless all of you to manifest successful, fulfilling relationships. And I also bless all the apples and pineapples you have kept in my sannidhi, in my sannidhanam now. I bless and energize. Whoever consumes this will have enlightened baby, enlightened beings, land and planet Earth through you guys. I initiate you all into the power of reading your mind and others' mind, shifting your inner space and others' inner space, and telepathy. Om, Om, Om.
பதம் நாடிடும் உன்றிடும் காட்சியை பாடிட வார்த்தைகள் நான் என்று நீ என்று ஓடி வரும். ஆயினும் ஆனந்த காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும். பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும். மனமும் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகிறது. கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும். பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும். உன்றிடும் காட்சியை பாடிட வார்த்தைகள் நான் என்று நீ என்று ஓடி வரும். ஆயினும் ஆனந்த காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும். பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணம் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்தம் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்தியத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்தியத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். பாத தரிசனம் பரிபூர்ண அருள் தரும் கருணை விழியதால் உயர் வாழ்வும் நிலை பெறும். நாகவாகனத்தில் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவளும் கொண்ட கோலமதை விழி காண்பதே வரம்.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்தியத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
இறைவனாம் நித்யன் அவதரித்த அந்த புனித திருநாளின் தரிசனம், கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம், உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம், கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம், தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம், தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம், தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்.
அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம், ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வ திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம், ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வ திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்யனும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ. பொங்கும் கடலென பக்தர் குழுமிட நித்யனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம், நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம், அவதார நாளிலே நித்யன் அருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம், அவதார நாளிலே நித்யன் அருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் உறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ. பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனை வையும் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம், நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
पदे नित्य भाग्य समृद्धि मुभाजय मे, भाग्य समृद्धि मुभाजय मे.
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्. नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्.
शिवतमनन्द पदान्वितरा रामसु दीहितसत्कविभद्यमीतम् शिवतमनन्दपदान्वितराम सुदीहितसत्कविभद्यमीतम् नटनपदेरदि दुष्टिकरं बहु भाग्यदिमीप्सितसिद्धिकरम् नटनपदेरदि दुष्टिकरं बहु भाग्यदिमीप्सितसिद्धिकरम् पठदिषु नो दिश भक्तियुतो यदि भाग्यसमृद्धि मदोलपदे पठदिषु नो दिश भक्तियुतो यदि भाग्यसमृद्धि मदोलपदे जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य भाग्यसमृद्धि मुबार्जय मे भाग्यसमृद्धि मुबार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
शिवतमनन्द पदान्वित रामसु दीहितसत्कविभद् काञ्चन विग्रह कामविनिग्रह कान्ददनु कनकसभागत काञ्चन विग्रह कामविनिग्रह कान्ददनु कलिकलितागिल पापमलाभः कृत्तिसमावृतदेहविभो कलिकलितागिल कामविनिग्रह कान्ददनु
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
कनकसभागत काञ्चन विग्रह कामविनिग्रह कान्ददनु कनकसभागत काञ्चन विग्रह कामविनिग्रह कान्ददनु कलिकलितागिल पापमलाभः कृत्तिसमावृतदेहविभो कलिकलितागिल पापमलाभः कृत्तिसमावृतदेहविभो कुवलयसन्निभ रत्नविनिर्मित त्वयक्रीट सुभाष्टदनो कुवलयसन्निभ रत्नविनिर्मित त्वयक्रीट सुभाष्टदनो जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य भाग्यसमृद्धि मुबार्जय मे भाग्यसमृद्धि मुबार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
करकलितामल सूलभयङ्कर कालनिरासक पादविभो करकलितामल सूलभयङ्कर कालनिरासक पादविभो पदकमलागत भक्तजनावन भक्तसुकङ्कण देव विभो पदकमलागत भूषित दीक्षित पूजित पूज्यदनो शिवनिलयागत भूदिविभूषित दीक्षित पूजित पूज्यदनो जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य भाग्य समृद्धि मुबार्जय मे भाग्य समृद्धि मुबार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
हर नित्यशङ्कर भक्तहृदम्बर वासचिदम्बर नाद विभो हर नित्यशङ्कर भक्तहृदम्बर वासचिदम्बर नाद विभो दुरितनिरन्दर दुष्टभयङ्कर दर्शनशङ्कर दिव्यदनो दुरितनिरन्तर दुष्टभयङ्कर दर्शनशङ्कर दिव्यदनो दशसदकन्दर शेषहृदन्तर शङ्कर रक्षित वार्तगुरो दशसदकन्दर शेषहृदन्तर शङ्कर रक्षित वार्तगुरो जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य भाग्य समृद्धि मुबार्जय मे भाग्य समृद्धि मुबार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
शिव शिव शङ्कर साम्ब पुरन्दर पूजित सुन्दर मन्त्रनिधे शिव शिव शङ्कर साम्ब पुरन्दर पूजित सुन्दर मन्त्रनिधे मुरहर सन्नदि मंगल दर्शन मंत्र रहस्य चिदात्मदनो मुरहर सन्नदि मंगल दर्शन मंत्र रहस्य चिदात्मदनो पुरहर संहर पापमपा गुरु भीतिमराधिकृतामकीलाम् पुरहर संहर पापमपा गुरु भीतिमराधिकृतामकीलाम् जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य भाग्य समृद्धि मुबार्जय मे भाग्य समृद्धि मुबार्जय
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
भुजगविभूषण भूतिविलेबन बालविलोचन लोकदनु भुजगविभूषण भूतिविलेबन बालविलोचन लोकदनु वृषडसुवाहन काङ्गवयोदर सुन्दर नर्दन लोकदनु वृषडसुवाहन काङ्गपयोदर सुन्दर नर्दन लोकदनु सुदतनदायक सौख्यविदायक साधुदयाकर सत्वदनो सुदतनदायक सौख्यविदायक साधुदयाकर सत्वदनो जय जय हे नित्या समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
सकलहृतन्दर चन्द्रकलाधर मन्त्रमराकृत भूततदे सकलहृतन्दर चन्द्रकलाधर मन्त्रमराकृत भूततदे चरणसमार्चन दिव्यगृहागत देववरार्पित भाग्यतदे चरणसमार्चन दिव्यगृहागत देववरार्पित भाग्यतदे विधिहरिनारद यक्षसुरासुर भूतकृत स्तुते दुष्टमदे विधिहरिनारद यक्षसुरासुर भूतकृत स्तुते दुष्टमदे जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
गिरितनयार्पित चन्दन संबक कुङ्कुम पङ्कज कन्ददनु गिरितनयार्पित चन्दन संबक कुङ्कुम पङ्कज कन्ददनु धिमि धिमि दिन्दिमि वादन नूपुर पादतलोदित नृतगुरो धिमि धिमि दिन्दिमि वादन नूपुर पादतलोदित नृतगुरो रविकिरणास्त मया गत दैवत दृष्टसुनर्दन दर्शदनो रविकिरणास्त मया गत दैवत दृष्टसुनर्दन दर्शदनो जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
हिमगिरिजाकर शङ्कर हणोदित मोदेषु पूर्ण सुवर्णधनो हिमगिरिजाकर शङ्करहणोदित मोदेषु पूर्ण सुवर्णधनो गुहगणनायक गीतगुणार्वण गोपुरसूचित विश्वधनो गुहगणनायक गीतगुणार्वण गोपुरसूचित विश्वधनो गुणगणभूषण गोपतिलोचन गोपकुलाधिप मित्रमने गुणगणभूषण गोपतिलोचन गोपकुलाधिप मित्रमने जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपते नित्य भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
डमरुकदारिण मिन्दुकलादर मिन्द्रपद प्रदमग्निकरम् डमरुकदारिण मिन्दुकलाधर इन्द्रपद प्रदमग्निकरम् गुहजननीयुत मातमृगोत्तम अर्तिजनाखिल रोगहरम् गुहजननीयुत मातमृगोत्तम मर्तिजनाखिल रोगहरम् जपजमानस विस्मृतिकारक रोगदनूपरीततपदम् जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपदे नित्य जय जय हे नित्यानन्दपदे नित्य भाग्यसमृद्धि मुभार्जय मे भाग्यसमृद्धि मुभार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
नत जनशङ्कर पिङ्गजठादर कण्डलसत्कर गौरगनो नत जनशङ्कर पिङ्गजटादर कण्डलसत्कर गौरगनो वरद पतञ्जलि सत्कृति सन्नुत मृगचरणार्पित पुष्पतदे वरद पतञ्जलि सत्कृति सन्नुत मृगचरणार्पित पुष्पतदे डमरुकवादन
Om, 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 Om. Liao Ihan, my blessings. I give you all the 7 boons you want. The spiritual name for you is Nitya Mangala Rupini, and I'll shower you with energy for your career, financial freedom. You will successfully sell 2 houses. I'll shower you with health, bliss, enlightenment. My blessings for your daughter Lee Yunze, and my blessings for your parents, family, everyone. Tatastu. Liao Ihan, blessings. I am with you. Shiling Ying, blessings for you, Shiling Ying. I give you all the boons you want. Blessings for your daughter Zhou Shi Ji, and my blessings for your husband Zhou Ji Cheng, your son Zhou Xiang Yu, and blessings for Shai Ling Hang and Zhou Goying. Blessings. You will have a complete completion with your parents. I'll shower you with all the 6 boons you asked. Tatastu, Tatastu, Tatastu. Om.
नित्य भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
शिवतमनन्द पदान्वित रामसु दीहित सत्कवि भद्यमितम् शिवतमनन्द पदान्वित रामसु दीहित सत्कवि भद्यमितम् नटन बधेरति दुष्ट
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् 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 नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
विश्व की शान तो भक्तों के प्राण तो 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 जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा नाशक ये दुखों के सारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा विनाशक ये दुखों के सारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा ये है न्यारे हमारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंद भगवान ये है न्यारे हमारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा नाशक ये दुखों के सारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा विनाशक ये दुखों के सारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा तन मन भोला के गाएगा तेरा नाम तन मन भोला के गाएगा तेरा नाम
नित्यानंद
विनाशक ये दुखों के सारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा
विनाशक ये दुखों के सारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंद
ये है न्यारे हमारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्या
भगवान ये है न्यारे हमारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंद
विनाशक ये दुखों के सारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा
विनाशक ये दुखों के सारे जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा
जय बोलो
नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा जय बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदा
Incompletion suffering is all that we talk about. Confusion, delusion, and everybody's stressed out. The only one to save us is him, there's no doubt. He's Sadashiva, Mahadeva. He's an avatar, drop everything at his feet. So feel free, just let it be. Watch him come while you listen to me.
பாருடா இந்த உலகத்தை அரசன் போல் வாராருடா அது யாருடா நீ சொல்லடா அது யாருடா
Should I tell you who's here? None other than Nithyananda.
ஆஹா
Jagat Guru Nithyananda.
ஆஹா எம்பெருமான் நித்யானந்தா
That's right.
பரமஹம்ச நித்யானந்தா ஓம் நமோ நித்யானந்தாய் நமோ நமோ நித்யானந்தாய் ஓம் நமோ நித்யானந்தாய் சதாசிவாய ஓம் நமோ நித்யானந்தாய் நமோ நமோ நித்யானந்தாய் ஓம் நமோ நித்யானந்தாய சதாசிவாய
Nithyananda Sadashiva Mahadeva say
நாட அழகுன ஜடமுடி மீசை
I see you and I'm struck, my heart goes stuck, stuck.
மறைந்த நின்று பார்க்கும் முனை என்னோடு ஆசை
Let's sing it once more. Nithyananda Sadashiva Mahadeva say
நாட அழகுன ஜடமுடி மீசை
I see you and I'm struck, my heart goes stuck, stuck.
மறைந்த நின்று பார்க்கும் முனை என்னோடு ஆசை
He's Sadashiva Mahadeva. He's an avatar, drop everything at his feet. So feel free, just let it be. Watch him come while you listen to me.
அங்க பாருடா இந்த உலகத்தை அரசன் போல் வாராருடா இன்யாருடா அவனே தான் சிவன் அவதாரன் எம்பெருமானிடா
None other than Nithyananda.
ஆஹா
Jagat Guru Nithyananda.
ஆஹா எம்பெருமான் நித்யானந்தா
That's right.
பரமஹம்ச நித்யானந்தா
अब देखो ये कैसे देखे पट्टी बंद कर आंखों पे हर बाधा हटा कर सब दूर दूर जो है कह जाएंगे कि सब देख देखते रह जाएंगे। त्रिनेत्र जागरण जो इसे कहते हैं कथाओं में जो सुनने को मिलते हैं, कहने में जो लगे नहीं इतना आसान, just chill, इतना भी नहीं मुश्किल। बात बनेगी संपूर्ति जब साथ है तो आओ एक दीक्षा की तो बात है सारी दुनिया में मगर एक ही इंसान उप्स नॉट इंसान ये है भगवान जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा
श्रीकैलासोन्नतदशाण्डामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वराभिरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ 93 गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ 33 गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
Powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure,
Romance, essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Celebrate. Celebrate.
To this very beautiful, blissful darshan of Kalyana Sundaramurti in his most beautiful forms. That's Paramashiva, gracing all of us. Now, Swamiji has showered us all with one of the most beautiful blessings ever. Swamiji has showered us with the blessing of manifesting that space of Paramadvaita. Now, in that same space, let us all enter into manifesting these powers. The powers that Swamiji has blessed all of us to be able to manifest. Right now, right after this extremely powerful darshan, all you need to do is just experience that space. Just enjoy, rejoice in that space. That's all. Just rejoice in that space and you will see how Swamiji just manifests.
And we also want to announce we have very special offerings that all of you can offer on Krishna Janmashtami Day. You all can visit the website and we're going to be sharing with all of you some of the offerings that you can offer on this auspicious day.
You all can visit kailasa.org/Krishna Janmashtami. That's the link, and you all can visit and learn about the offerings and offering special Pada Puja on our beloved Krishna's birthday to Swamiji himself. So it's a very, very beautiful opportunity because Swamiji is directly going to be manifesting Bhagavan Shri Krishna through him for all of us to enjoy. So you all can take a few minutes and offer. You all can head to kailasa.org/Krishna Janmashtami. And you can learn about all the offerings available and all that you can use, which you can get the blessings you can directly offer to Swamiji himself. Now, right after this initiation, understand, we all have been blessed to manifest the powers of being able to read people's minds, being able to connect to people, manifest what you want without having to even verbally communicate, being able to manifest telepathy. All these powers we're going to be manifesting today. Now, let us all start with manifesting the power of mind reading. All of you can connect to any of your friends. Connect to one person because you have all attended as couples and you've all attended as family. If you all can stay here for the next 21 minutes, just sit here, manifest this power. You will see the beautiful difference. Just a space of completion it will bring in you. Every one of you that is sitting here, especially if you're sitting here as a family, as a couple, if you're all sitting here together, please do take a few minutes and you all can get ready to enter into the power manifestation. And we just want to show you all, take a few minutes to show you all where you can learn about Krishna Janmashtami and the further offerings that you can make on Krishna Janmashtami on the 7th, 6th and 7th of September 2023. We are having the Krishna Janmashtami celebration and we request all the participants, you all can head to this page which is kailasa.org/Krishna Janmashtami. And you all can, that will take you to this page, and right under that, if you just scroll through, you can see the different offerings that you can make. Offering Mahabhishekam to Bhagavan Shri Krishna, where you can offer through various Vishesha Dravya, the different herbs. We offer the sacred bath to Bhagavan Shri Krishna. And then you can offer the Shodashopachara Puja, the Mahabhishekam
to Bhagavan Shri Krishna. So that sounds reviving these rituals directly from Vaishnava Agama of Pancharam. Kailasa will be offering the Mahabhishekam in a grand, authentic way to Bhagavan Shri Krishna. The ritual includes Shodasopachara Puja and elaborate offerings especially prepared for Bhagavan Krishna, and Mahabhishekam, magnificent and rare offerings to Bhagavan Krishna in the form of sacred bath, and Deepa Radhana, where spectacular lamps are going to be offered with the melodious songs of Bhagavan Shri Krishna, and all of these are going to be offered in Kailasa's worldwide. You have special Kailasa temple in Kailasa Sripuram. This is beautiful, grand temple where all these offerings are going to be made. This is just a few of the offerings. We have elaborate offerings listed on this website. We request all of your, now our supporters team is going to be posting this link on all of your chats. Take a few minutes, and this is for like first come first serve basis, because we are having a lot of people who have already started signing up for offerings on this day. So it's limited tickets. I request all of you to immediately go ahead and sign up. So because these offerings are going to be done physically in Kailasa Sripuram. We have a beautiful grand temple. We'll show you some pictures probably tomorrow to explain to you where the rituals are going to happen, the sacredness behind why you should offer these rituals. The best news you have is this is happening on the Krishna Janmashtami day, the very day Bhagavan Shri Krishna descended on this planet. So celebrating that directly with the Nijavatara, the physical embodied form of the divine, our beloved Swamiji. We are going to be celebrating Krishna Janmashtami with Swamiji on September 6th and September 7th. And we are having a lot of festival celebrations happening on just on that day. We have a lot of celebrations and rituals happening. So you can take part in all of these rituals. Take a few minutes to go ahead and sign up. Anyone who wants to offer your heartfelt gratitude to Bhagavan Shri Krishna, take a few minutes and you can scroll through this page. You can learn about why you need to offer each of these and what will be the benefits you are going to be getting just from offering these at the lotus feet of Swamiji on this auspicious day. So you can experience boundless joy and relationships, overflowing prosperity and abundance, and profound spiritual awakening. Take a few minutes. All of you can go and post it here, and you can also get some of the most beautiful photos of Swamiji as Bhagavan Shri Krishna. Requesting everyone, take a few minutes to go ahead and go to visit this website. We have Navanita Tulabharam, where Tulabharam will be offered with butter. So there's like many exciting. Krishna Janmashtami is just celebration. Krishna Janmashtami is just celebration, celebrating your very existence. And that day is the best day for you to take an opportunity to connect, to experience, awaken that cosmic celebration inside you itself. When you just connect and when you make these offerings, you'll experience so much of joy and so much of fulfillment. And it's just once in a year opportunity. And do not miss this. You all can use this opportunity, connect to Bhagavan Shri Krishna, make these offerings and experience that immense benefits of making these offerings. And now, we request all the participants to head to these websites, just go through it, read, understand, so that you all can utilize this opportunity to offer your seva.
to Bhagavan Shri Krishna himself directly. Now, we're all going to be entering into the power manifestation. I request all the participants, just sit now. Connect to any one of your partners, it's family that all of you are sitting here, and manifest this power together as a family member. Please understand, you will literally be able to manifest this whenever you're complete with someone. When that completion you're experiencing, you will be able to manifest this power. You'll be able to precisely see. Today, so many of you manifested in the morning with us. Now, do the exact same thing with a partner or with someone from your family member that is there. So please take a few minutes. I request every one of you to connect to your partners. Please start the manifestation. Let them visualize the exact same way that we all manifested since morning. Let them visualize any image that they want and let them write it down. You can scan and identify what exact image was it that they visualized. And you can identify and you can share with them and verify your answer.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Nithyananda, how many of you were able to manifest so far? How many of you got the right answers? How many of you got the right answers? How many of you actually made the calls and like actually called your friends and did the manifestation with them? And how many of you were able to scan the incidents? Wonderful. Ma Shivashankari, Ma Yogamalar, good. Who all did? Who all manifested? Can all of you put who were manifested? Can you put yes, I manifested in the chat? You made the phone call earlier. Okay. See, right after darshan is a very important time because that will really help you to manifest. I was able to scan, but partner is not there to verify. Oh, yeah, that Adami Sharma, yeah, I think you should call others like who are outside of the program. That will help you see when right after darshan is a time where you need to push yourself from the powerful cognition that Swamiji is initiated, and you will just see it will be like a breakthrough. You will start manifesting. Balasubramanyamaya, Anurag Verma, did all of you also manifest? I see some of you who are sitting intensely and doing the power manifestation. I see some more of you who are there who are very reluctant with power manifestation. Understand? Doing the power manifestation right after darshan is too important. Even if you have not been able to manifest earlier, do not give up. You made a phone call. Okay, good. Did you manifest Aya? See, only 3 minutes you should spend on one person. Keep going to next. Okay, now let's do one thing. We're going to learn about how to live Advaita. Let's learn about living Advaita. And from that, we're going to be learning how, by being in the space of Advaita, we can manifest this power. Okay? Listen intensely to the session so that right after this, we can immediately start the power manifestation. We are going to also do a workshop on building your team release. So it's an important process. So let's now enter into the Living Advaita session.
Live Advaita. Understand, living Advaita. Live Advaita means create whatever you want from the power of Advaita. Understand? Advaita is a simple basic truth. Simple basic truth. Like a sun rises in the morning in the east. You can't go on debate about it. The direction in which sun is rising, we call that as a east. The time when sun is rising, we call that as morning. These are simple factual understandings. So Advaita is also a simple factual understanding. Fact based on which you need to plan your life. It is not the subject to be debated. It is the subject on which you plan your life strategy. Advaita also is not the subject to be debated. It is the facts on which you need to plan the strategy of your life. I don't even want to use the word truth because it is loaded. I'll use the word fact, a simple fact. Advaita is a simple fact on which you can strategize your everyday activity, everyday action. Please understand, all of us are completely connected in the space of oneness. I am not saying all of us are one. All of us are in the space of oneness. All of us are in the space of oneness. If you see goodness from outside, you are in the space of completion inside. If you see bad things outside, you need to complete inside. Go on. Go on. Let every decision you make, let every thought you entertain, every word you utter, every word you utter, every action you do, let it be based on Advaita. Let it be completely based on Advaita. Understand, living Advaita means your self-drive, your inspiration, your energy, your experience, your intelligence, everything operates from Advaita, from the truth and fact, sacred secret of the oneness. Understand? Digest Advaita more and more into your thinking. Digest Advaita more and more into your words. Digest Advaita more and more in your actions. Every simple digestion means even if you make a very simple decision, I will not use the word I and mine in my words, in my speak. When I speak in my speech, I'll use only the word we, us. Even this simple decision will go on be reminding you, if you take it from the context of oneness. If you take this simple decision from the context of oneness, even this simple decision will go on be reminding you the Advaita. It will go on be reminding you the Advaita. Every day morning when you wake up, align yourself to that oneness. Every thought, every action, bring more and more Advaita into it. Please understand, Do not freeze yourself. Do not think you have grown up. Now nothing more can be done. Transformation is not possible. No. Every day the possibility for you to build a new personality, new body, new mind, new being is available, open. That availability is what I call life. Using that availability and making Advaita as a strategy, building a new body, new mind, new personality, new words, new thoughts, new actions is what I call living Advaita.
Timili means extension of you. It is just extension of you. You will feel the whole Timili is just more hands, more heart, more brain, more legs. All our Hindu gods portrayed with many heads, many hands, many legs is nothing but they had that powerful Timili. Please understand, every one of you should have at least few people around you in this frequency where you experience tremendous friendliness with them and they experience tremendous friendliness with you. I tell you, you need to know, please understand, there may be million liter the arak in a shop, but you don't need million liter to get drunk. You can't drink million liter. If you drink some 10 liter, that's enough, that's a maximum. Same way, there may be the whole ocean, but for you to die, you don't need the whole ocean. Just some 100 liter water goes inside your body, you will die. Same way, there may be billions of people. For you to experience the ultimate enlightenment, you don't need to feel oneness with all of them. Understand, 11 people in your life, if you feel the non-dual experience of oneness, you will become enlightened. You don't need more than 11 people. The 12th person, you will be enlightened. Because your brain, your individual logic cannot retain its individual existence if you extend your oneness more than 11 people. When you feel oneness, because of the oneness, you will know whatever insecurity other person is feeling, you will know whatever desire or greed the other person is feeling, you will know the other person's space. Because of your knowledge, you will have love and compassion. Understand, anything becomes known to you, anything becomes part of your knowledge, you start loving it. Because you know that desire, greed, struggle, fear, the other person is going through, when you experience Advaitic space with them, because of that non-duality, you love them, you become compassionate towards them, the relationship may become better. the rustic, raw, ground level truth should be your basic cognition. Understand? The rustic truth of life is non-duality. The raw truth of life is Advaita. It should become your basic cognition in whatever you do, in whatever you live, in whatever you touch, in whatever you handle, in whatever you see. Come to the truth, come to the clarity. Whoever may be in your teamily, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, whatever, please understand, your completion with them or incompletion with them, they are not responsible. Irrespective of them, you develop a pattern of incompletion with somebody else, somewhere else, and bring it and put it on these people. See, whether you put the gunny bag on them or silk shawl on them, you weaved it somewhere else. The poor fellow who is standing in front of you is no way responsible for the gunny bag or the silk shawl you are dumping on them. So understand, Advaita Satya is the only truth. Your incompletion with other person or your completion with other person is not responsible. Whether you are putting a silk shawl on that person, completion, or a gunny bag on that person, incompletion, other person is not responsible. It is you who stitched this pattern from your life. Understand? If you are feeling the other person is constantly abusing you, even if you remove the other person and put somebody else, even if you remove A and put B, in 2 days you are going to feel this fellow is also doing the same thing to you. Whether you are completion or incompletion, the other person is not responsible. When you start working with your team, face all your so-called difficulties, listen, nothing is difficult on this earth, but you have to do it. The good news is, nothing is difficult. The best news is, you have to do it. If you don't do, you don't need to do, then what for life? Nothing is difficult. When you start relating with your teamily, please understand, the first thing will happen to you is your ability to speak into your listening will happen. I tell you, your intestine can be programmed immediately as you want. If you just know to speak into your listening, your intestine can listen to you immediately. Your intestine will just listen to you. Your heart will listen to you. Your liver will listen to you. I am telling you, after experientially experimenting in last 2 days. Last 2 days I was diagnosing the root of this cough.
and I was instructing the body, hey, alter yourself, clean it. So body said, if I have to do this much of work, the throat has to work this much, then I may need to recreate the whole throat and the whole organ with a new kind of a strength. Just give me a few days, I'll make it happen. Then I said, all right, till you do that, you don't need to wait for the stomach to become all right. You clear that. I saw clearly the root of the cough has stopped immediately. Now only the throat, the new system is getting built. Please listen. Please listen. I am on a national television, and whatever I am speaking, I am responsible for it. I am telling you on a national TV, you can talk to your organs, you can talk to your body. It will listen to you. Only when you face your teamily, complete with them, when you learn to speak into their listening, simply you will see your teamily is nothing but the representations, mirrors of your heart, kidney, liver, brain. If your teamily is completely disintegrated, disorganized, your body is also disintegrated and disorganized. Your mind is also disintegrated and disorganized. Your mind has many components. Chitta, buddhi. Chitta means all the memory storage. Buddhi means which orders the special file to be drawn. For example, the moment you see somebody wearing the kavi color dress, you would have had a good and bad both with that color. If your buddhi orders the bad file and the chitta will supply that, that is what becomes incompletion. If your buddhi orders the good file, and that is what the chitta will supply, and that only leads to friendliness. Understand? Whether your perceptions, sensory activities leads to more and more incompletion or friendliness is decided by the responsibility with which your buddhi behaves. The responsibility with which your buddhi behaves. Listen. Please understand. If your buddhi cognizes from the space of Advaita that everything, I am responsible, I am the source, then it always orders the right files to the chitta. So I am giving you the essence of the whole process today. The first step, form a teamily. Teamily means family plus team together. Persons with whom you are sharing your whole day. The person may be your senior officer or junior officer. He may be your employee or employer. He may be your subordinate or boss. The persons with whom you are sharing your home. It may be your kid, your father, your mother, your daughter, your spouse, husband or wife, even your maid, driver, whoever is living in and around you, whoever is living with you, around you, Unfortunately, all the English words are too small. The word Bandhu Mitra, what it means in Sanskrit can never mean friends and relatives in English. In Sanskrit, the depth of the word Bandhu Mitra can never be translated by the word friends and relatives. That is why I am struggling and using so many words. People who live around you, with whom you share your life and all that. In Sanskrit, just these two words is enough. Bandhu Mitra, your teamily. Your team and family. Make a list of your team and family. Decide you will live in the space of completion with all of them. First, form a teamily. Second, decide you will live in the space of completion with all of them. Please understand. For each of these instruction, why I already spoke last 1 month. How, why, all that I have spoken last 1 month. Today I am just specifically going to only give the instructions. Like capturing the gist. Third, form a clear identity which you want to live. Authentic inner identity which you want to live. Authentic outer identity which you want to live. Authentic others' image means the image which others want to feel about you. The image, what is the image you want others should experience about you? And life image, what is the image you want to experience about life? Pen down all these 4, elaborate, detailed way, and as the support of your teamily, tell them, this is the way I am going to build myself. Can you all support me? Help me by giving the feedback. What all the incompletions I have to complete? What all the way I have to transform myself to be this authentic personality? Asking the feedback of your teamily. When your teamily gives the feedback, you need to sit and contemplate, to track back, trace back all those incompletions in you, how the patterns developed in you and became those incompletions which your teamily is pointing it out. This is the tricky area. If you tell your teamily, I want to be remembered by all of you as a loving, caring person. Your teamily says, then you need to develop more trust on us. As on now the trust is not enough. Then look back, when this distrust pattern starts, you make the list of all the incompletions you need to complete. Your teamily's feedback is like a raw understanding. You tracking back and tracing back to the source of patterns, root incidents from when you developed those incompletions. I gave you one example. If you declare your other's image. I want every one of you to perceive me as loving, caring person. Your team lead gives you the feedback. You may have to raise your trust on us more. That's the incompletion we find. Then you need to sit and trace back. When you started developing this distrusting pattern, those incidents pen down. Now all the feedback your team lead gave and the tracking back, tracing back you did, which is available in front of you, is the incompletions you need to complete. That is the incompletions you need to complete. So listen, ध्यान से सुनिए, please listen. Once you list all the root incidents, root patterns, incompletions, now it is time for you to complete. I tell you, the moment you pen them down and identify your incompletions, they lose power over you. They lose power over you. Sometimes people ask me, how to know team lead's feedback is right? Be very clear. Anything team lead gives as a feedback, take it as right. Don't even have the problem whether team lead is right or wrong. Anything team lead gives as a feedback, take it as right and trace back, track back. If it is not right, don't worry, naturally those incompletions will not be there. If it is there, complete it. If it is not there, enjoy it, that's all. Describe all your incompletions in detail. Just by understanding, most of them will lose power over you, and the remaining, if there are few, sitting like a small wound, like a pus, just few days, complete them and drop it, it will disappear. Nothing to be worried, nothing to be bothered.
Living Advaita. Literally every time you complete with a part of you, you are going to experience that even physically, where you manifest everyone as your own extension. So now let's start the process. We're going to be identifying our team lead. Are all of you ready for this? Listen carefully. First step, identifying your team lead. Where you're going to choose 11 people. See, living Advaita means create whatever you want from the state of Advaita, from the power of Advaita. Like how some explained, Advaita is a simple basic truth, like how sun rises in the morning, in the east. You can't go and debate about it. The direction in which sun is rising We call that as east. The time the sun is rising, we call that as morning. How these are simple factual understanding. So Advaita is also a simple factual understanding. Now, first step. How many of you want to build a team? Did all of us understand? Anyone has any questions regarding this? Because this will help you a lot in building your team, even in your office or in your home or even in anywhere. Building your own extensions. Imagine and see you're working on a project and your success is highly dependent on the not just the capability of you, but also the people that you are working with. So how do we harness that power? Many times we see that the group is not integrated as one, it's broken. It's time that you first identify and build 11 people community, because this is not just for your work, but also for the way how you feel about yourself, how you feel inside of you, the experience you have inside of you. All these are dependent. Understand? Listen carefully. It takes minimum 11 people, maximum 21 people. For you to experience, if you experience completion with these 11 people, you will be completion with everyone, because 11 people will be your own reflection. Jan Chang is asking, do we need to choose 11 at once? What about starting with 3 or 4 and filling in later? Or do we have to choose 11 people first? You have to choose 11 people. 11 is that minimum number. Once you choose 11 people, after that, how many ever you go on adding also, your inner space will have its capacity to expand. And it is not, see, Swamiji says it's impossible that you do not have 11 people. Because a common, like the least a human being can interact, even if you take with that count, 11 is the minimum number. We all have 11 people. It does not necessarily require that you are living with them physically, but all of them who are a part of your life. You might have a very close friend of yours somewhere in another country, but anything happens to you, you're always there, you're always letting them know, you're always in touch with them. So that whole part of your family, the team and family and team put together is family. So you can list down 11 people, your parents, your spouse, and even Swamiji can be your teamily. Swamiji, even your deity, your pet can also be a part of your teamily. But it should be 11 people with whom you share your life with. You share your life, you share your ups and downs with. So now, identify persons with whom you are sharing your day. Ones who are living with you and around you, with whom you share your life, working every day with you, with whom you share your house, school, work, office. These persons can be your co-workers, employees, family members, who you share your home with, who you share your life with. They can even be living in another city or country, state, that doesn't matter. Or they can either be living with you or they can be living somewhere else. But even though they are living somewhere else, if they have a significant impact on you or your life, and should be close to you, even pets, trees, river, mountains, all of them also can be a part of your family. Take a few minutes and you're going to be writing down your family. Identify these 11 members first. If any of you have any questions, please post. Take a few minutes and first identify. First step is identify them. Jayanti is asking, do we need to converse with them daily? No. There's no such thing that you need to converse with them. You just first step, identify 11 people in a day. Even 3 times. If you remember someone, see, like where they're very much part of your life. Like they play a lot of, sometimes even your boss. If you remember him at least 3 times in a day, even though you don't like him, but he is very much a part of you. He's part of your life. So like that, choosing minimum 11 pieces. Choose 11 pieces, but it can be your pet also. It can be your favorite plant, whoever you feel as a very part of you, your life. They might be living somewhere else, but they impact you. For example, your sister, you might have been living in a totally different country. But your joy, your pain, everything plays a very much significant part. He plays a huge role in your life and he's a part of the team. So identify 11 such people and write them down. Okay. Yes. I hope all of you have now finished writing. All of you identified your 11 people. Great. Now we're going to be moving to the next step. Now all of you have identified. Anyone has any questions? I still 12, that's okay. Anyone who has any questions? Yeah, 12 is completely fine. 11 is minimum. You can go maximum only up to 21, but just start at 11 because you need to consciously complete with them. So let's start with 11. All of you wrote, no? Now listen carefully. Consciously decide to be complete with all these 11 people that you have written down. Listen carefully. All these 11 people that you have written down, all of them are part of you, your own extension. For example, let's say that your father is a part of your family. Understand, he will directly correspond to your lungs. So your lungs being healthy is based on the relationships and the completion you have with them. These 11 people directly connect to each of your internal organs. So now, first and foremost, bring a conscious decision that you want to experience completely with all these 11 people. Now, when you're making this decision, there would be some incompletion that would erupt inside of your energy. Am I right? Like, you may feel some kind of impossibility, or you may remember some incomplete. Oh, no, I do feel I want to be complete, but this fellow is all the time jealous of it. Some things like that.
You may feel like one of your family members is very, you may look at them and you may think that, oh, that person is not very supportive, or that person is not very understanding of what who I am, right? So now each one of you identify in your family with each member of your family whatever current incompletions you have. Write down all the incompletions and complete with each of your family members. Okay, so you write down incompletions with everyone, but you right now pick up one person that you want to start with. Just write down. Let's start it for 5 minutes. Any one of your family member. Start with that.
Now, in the next step of the process, after you have written down, start completing the exact same process as you did. It is your pattern, it is your patterns. You are not the reason for the incompletion, but you're responsible for the incompletion. Same way, the person outside you is not the reason for your incompletion. You're going to be completing with the person, with the teamly member. You're going to be sharing with them how this incompletion started. All of you have now made a decision to consciously complete. Okay. Jan is asking, what if there is some resistance? Should we reshape some members? See, that's what Jan Chandler. You choose the people who you really want to feel as your own self. Samuel Rodriguez is asking, I have a question. Can we bring a person whom we cut connections with due to incompletion here? Samuel Rodriguez, now let's say that you have understood that it was your incompletion that you have broken a relationship. You want to decide to rebuild that relationship, bring them back into your life? Yes. Perfectly fine. You can do that. The decision should be to make them as a part of your life, where they are going to be your own extension. You understanding, Aya? Jyan Changaya, you choose the people who you really want to experience the oneness. Just choose 11 people. You can, if you want to change them now, change them right away, but choose and pick these 11 people. We choose a person as our team lead. Do they need to do the same thing? No. This is your choice. Can I choose Swamiji or a volunteer in Sangha or outside Sangha? Can I choose any mountain, sea, any thing is okay. Yes, Swamiji can also be a part of your team. I mean, for all of us, Swamiji is a huge part of our life. Correct? If you're an Adinavasi, Swamiji is your life. So, you can definitely have Swamiji as a part of your life. And yes, it can be anyone outside the Sangha also, inside the Sangha also, so there's no restriction. Okay. Any more questions coming up? So far, are all of you clear? I think some questions are getting missed. Okay, so many questions just a moment. Are they considered our team lead if we talk to them? But remember them at least a few times a day. Yes. Now, Vani Goyal, if, for example, you may not talk to your grandfather every day, but he is like a very strong part of your life. You remember him at least 3 times a day. Minimum 3 times a day, or it is very much part of your cognition. Then even though you don't talk to him much, but you have a strong connection with him, definitely he is part of it. Only you can understand. Now, what if I am in the process of changing my team lead of 11 currently closest to me? Can I write a list of those whom I am planning to include in my new team lead list? Yes, you can. If you want to add someone, you can definitely add. You want to remove someone, you can definitely remove. Just make sure it's 11 people. And these 11 people should be a very strong part of your life. So let's say that you met someone yesterday or day before yesterday. You don't really know them much. And they're not be a part of your life. But you just strongly feel that I may want them to be a part of my team. And right now, you choose the people who are a part of your life. The people who you may want to have and they're not really part of it, don't have. Olympius said that humans evolved from apes, where apes relate, while humans are so intelligent and so young, yin. But things Swamiji says, the theory of evolution is not a complete one. The evolution theory only talks about natural selection, but there's something called as conscious selection, conscious mutation, superconscious mutation. It's not limited to just natural selection process. And actually, something given a detailed revelation about it. And if you can watch the satsang on superconscious breakthrough from these satsang on Kalpataru superconscious breakthrough, very beautifully Swamiji explains it. And also one more thing in your question, evolution does not mean that the extinction of all the beings. You understand? Just because some beings evolve consciously. For example, in the species of human beings, there are so many types of people. Some are so consciously evolved, some are having very low consciousness, some are so violent. It is a conscious choice for evolution. Whoever wants to remain in whichever level will continue to remain till they make the difference. Although I still need to complete the previous movie, whom I didn't feel compliment, support, or help elevate the new person that I am not. Now, Lucy, first thing, getting completion with the 11 pieces. Take it up as your life because it's very, very, very important. They really reflect you. See, if you feel that you want to discard them, then you will start doing the same thing with yourself. They are all your own reflections. They're your own path. You understanding, no? So all of you continue doing this steps. We'll actually answer your question. Take a few minutes and do the completion process. Listen carefully. I hope my voice is better now for all of you. See, your decision to be complete. Don't change from that. Yes, so no matter how they would respond to me, I only need to tell them in completion and my decisions to take responsibility to the completion, to complete the incompletion. My choice beyond, it's not self-sabotaging. It's not self-victimizing. It's not about being sorry. Understand? Listen carefully. Science of completion is something so phenomenal. The moment you experience completion, actually, I want to share my experience. First time I had the experience of completion. I have shared this earlier before. Definitely, if you have attended the previous programs, you have heard me sharing this. Because this was the first introduction I had to the science of completion. I was completely new to Gurukul. Actually, I got connected to Swamiji like only after joining Gurukul. Because I didn't know about Swamiji, I just joined Gurukul. And anyway, so the first week, like first 2-3 days after me joining Gurukul, I was 14 years old at that. And there was this one more new kid who had also joined the Gurukul. So she was probably 1 year younger to me. And she was coming and annoying me. I felt very annoyed by her. And I started we both started having conflicts with really, we keep on fighting with each other. Like the silly child fight, like you go, I'll not give you my pencil. She'll say, I'll not give you my pencil. Like that kind of a fight. I was very new. In Gurukul, these kind of conversations are not even allowed. So I was so totally new. And then this is how it started. 3 days. it was going on like 3-4 days, it was going on like this. And that one night I felt like really bad that why this kid keeps coming and fighting with me. And she also felt very incomplete with me. She wouldn't even, if I go one side, she wouldn't even be there. If I see her, I would avoid that area. Like that kind of a. Now I feel so funny, but that's the way I was at the beginning. I was like starting with my Gurukul. And then what happened one night? I was almost like about to cry, like I was really powerless. One of the Balas in Gurukul kids, he came up to me and said to me, "Hey, what's happening?" And then I said, look at that girl. She keeps coming and annoying me, bullying me, and whatnot." And this Balasan told me, "It was right completely." I was like, "What is that?" I have didn't heard about it. And he explained to me that you just relive the whole incident that happened. Why don't you just close your eyes and just relive, go back to the same incident, each incident, just go on reliving and declare completion. Don't let that incompletion affect you. He explained to me what completion was. I was like, okay, and I was just about to fall asleep. So I lied down and closing my eyes, I started doing the completion process. And I had slept and I had continued doing the completion process even in my sleep also. Next morning, I woke up really fresh. I felt so light and fresh, so happy I felt. And it was puja time. It was a Monday morning because we had Rudrabhishek. So I remember it so clearly. We were to go and offer puja, like we have a beautiful Shivalinga and like it was 21 feet Shivalinga. And around that, we have 10,008 smaller Shivalinga, to which we offer the Abhishekam, Puja. And my, I used to really love offering roses as flower for Swamiji during Pada Puja. So I was like rushing, it was getting late, so I was rushing to the hall to collect the flowers so that I can go and arrange my puja. I saw that girl was standing at the end of the hall. I was amazed that that reaction in me was not coming. I'm going. So the girl, she just saw me. She smiled so widely. She just ran and came to me and hugged me and gave me a plate full of these roses. I was shocked. I hadn't even spoken one word to her. Till the previous night, we both were like fighting with each other. I was really shocked. I asked her, "Hey, like, what happened?" She said, "I don't know why. The moment today when I woke up, I felt so complete with you. How much ever I tried, I couldn't feel any anger or incompletion with you. And I felt like I knew you like these flowers, so I collected these for your puja." That was my first experience with the science of completion. I was like, God, I didn't even have to talk to her. I didn't even have to tell her anything. The completion space, until as you establish yourself in completion, until just make that into reality outside you. Understand, inside and outside, there is actually no separation. What you are inside, life is a huge mirror. Life is a huge mirror. More and more complete you are inside, more and more complete you would be outside. People will reflect the same completion towards you. No one will be able to hurt you. Even if they try to attack you, abuse you, they will not be able to violate you because you have the power to not get violated because it's your silent yes that can let someone affect you. Because you have that power with you. Completion is that power. There's that powerful space of completion. You can manifest the reality the way you want. A good thing, Joyce, is that the moment you are in completion, you get in so sweet oneness with Swamiji. You would see like everything Swamiji will manifest for you in your life in the best way possible. You're understanding now? Wonderful. See, this can be all of your experiences. Try it now. All of you sit with the decision to do the completion process. Machinho, can a deceased person or a pet be part of a team meeting? Yes. If they still have an impact on you, definitely let them also be a part of a team meeting. And pets, of course, yes, they can also be part of a team meeting. See, it's just living Advaita process is a very powerful process. That's it. Are you able to hear me? I see that you feel the audio is not good. Nithyanandam, please let me know if you heard me. Vigyan have 5. First thing, sit and talk to Swamiji's Atmamurti. Talk to Swamiji's Atmamurti. Understand, you will see just like that incompletion will melt down. Sit and talk to Swamiji's Atmamurti. Okay, wonderful to see all of you participating well. It's so nice to see many participants here. Some understanding, okay? The inner affects the outer creation. Created from the inside out, okay? What if there is some resistance to delete this that I am saying, right? Okay, good. So now all of you can sit and write down all your understanding, and first thing, do this completion process. Now we'll project the slide. Listen carefully to this and do this sincerely. You'll have a best experience. Start the completion process. You're going to first sit, move into the space of doing the completion. Sit with each member. Actually, we first suggest you to invoke them in Swamiji's Atmamurti before you go and start talking to them, because here you're not having them physically in the program, right? First, you need to experience the completion. Only then you'll be able to talk to them and really complete it. So first, you're going to invoke them in Swamiji's Atmamurti. Be very clear. You are the source. You are responsible. They may or may not be the reason, but you are responsible for the incompletion you have. Understand? Just sit, relive. Many times, if you observe, the kind of incompletions you carry will be exactly the same. When you were a young child, the incompletion you had with your math teacher, now you're projecting it on your mother-in-law. It is the same type of template. There are sets of incompletions that you have, which you go on projecting on people. We are like a projector. Continuously, we are projecting, and the projection is life. You can change the slide inside of you, it will change outside of you. So first, we are going to be completing with these incompletions. Jian Changaya, I see you put some understanding. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. We'll explain to you. Okay. So now all of you sit with Swamiji's Atmamurti. You're going to invoke the person who you want to complete it on Swamiji's Atmamurti, and you're first going to talk and complete with them. If it is still causing some kind of an incompletion or trigger, sit with yourself. Go back to the situation, to the exact same person you were. Relive the entire thing. The decision will be complete. Don't sit and try to remember and, like feel more victimized. You have to sit and relive the whole thing and release. Understood? Now let's start. We'll start the process. Yes. Now, all of you can start doing the completion process with all the family members, whoever you want to complete it. Now, pick up your phone, start calling them, talk to them. Understand? Move into the space doing the complete. Talk to each one of them. Actually, you can talk to any one person right now due to the time. Inform them that what these incompletions are, how you're feeling, and how you started building these patterns from a young age. Here is the patterns you build that are responsible for your incompletion. The incompletion is due to that pattern that you have. Go on, let it incident by incident and complete the thing. Once you complete, write down the 4 identities, a new authentic identity that you want to carry for yourself, that you want to live. Take a few minutes and pen that down. You all can take a note of this because we're going to be soon going to the next section. Create a new authentic identity which you want to live. Describe your inner image, mamakara, the idea you carry about yourself inside you. Outer image, the ahankara, the way you project yourself in the outer world. Others image, anyakara, how others perceive you, for which you are responsible. Life image, how you perceive others and life. The image you want to experience about life. Take a few minutes and please start penning these down. Take a few minutes and write it down. Request everyone to sit with yourself now. My Ely is asking, can I choose myself for being a part of the team? See, choose 11 other people because here again, you're expanding your life to make all of them also the part of you. So choose 11 other people and then do the process. Sorry, just for your question. For many years, I was not able to be with my father. Within 5 minutes, we start arguing violence. I avoid him. After attending this section, since season 2, I am in love with my father and I think he too with me. Now we have fun and sweetest relationship. Wow. Ma Gokila Devi, very beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing such a powerful experience. That now we have fun and sweet relationship. I did not do completion process. I just asked Bhagavan to fix it. Wonderful. Now, why don't you record your experience and send the link to us? You can just post it on the Facebook group or you can send it to support desk ID. Very nice experience. Record your experience and send that video to us. Anjali, co-worker is okay? Yes, perfectly okay. Now, do this process of completing with others. And then once you finish that, you're going to write these 4 images. Please take a note of it because I think now it's already time for the program to end. In another, we have about 10 minutes, 13 minutes we have. So you all can sit and finish, take a note of this process and do it at least with one person. Hope all of you have finished writing this. All of you finished writing. Okay. The next step, you all can take down this as a note so that you can continue doing this process. You're going to describe all the 4 images you're seeing. Ask your teammate to suggest. What all are the incompletions that you need to complete to see the other image and life image you want to create? Upon feedback, contemplate. Your team lead should help and support you with completing your incompletion. Identify the incompletions around your inner image, outer image, life image. Identify all the doubts, fears, impossibilities you have regarding your images. Drop them to clear the space and hold what you want to create as reality. Completion is a decision to get rid of the pattern and not to again entertain it consciously. Completions can be done in 2 ways. 1, reliving and relieving, or using your intelligence and just discarding. Continue to complete all the incompletions to become your authentic self. Your authentic inner image, authentic outer image, life image, other self. Decide not in any kind of incompletion. Understand? It is your conscious decision. Once you have done this process, so whatever you've written down, you're going to ask you, read it to your team members. So you need to complete them, make them as a part of you. Only after completion you can do this. Then you have to go and talk to them. Ask them to suggest. What do you think that, look, I want to be a really loving and caring person in my outer image. So which incompletions do you think I should work on? Talk to them. Once you finish that step, the step number 5 would be becoming the co-creator of your community. Become a catalyst for the community. Ask each member of the community what they want to see, what do they desire in, and become a co-creator for your community. Declare to them what actions you will take, that all things you will do as a co-creator of their reality. So, we are going to be sharing with you. Swamiji has given a gift called as Living Advaita. It is going to be in your gift email. So do check it out. With this, we have come to the conclusion of today's session. Hope all of you enjoyed it. How was today's session? Tomorrow is a very, very, very powerful one, which is the healer's initiation. And okay, Mahamru is saying voice is not clear. Nithyananda. I hope it's better now. So now, tomorrow is healer's initiation. Anyone, you actually all can invite all your community members to come and be a part of tomorrow's session and receive the healer's initiation, and you can experience tremendous healing and transformation inside of you. So let's meet again tomorrow. Thank you so much. It was a lot of fun to have the session with all of you and the questions that each of you are asking. Alvaro, Ever Alfaro, I read your message. Put it as inner image, outer image, other image, and life image, and write down this stuff. Okay. Now, we have come to the conclusion of this day. Let's conclude now with the Purna Mantra. Offer your gratitude at the lotus feet of Swami for giving all of us such a beautiful gift. Let us now conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavati Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarthanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Thank you so much, Nithyanandam.